Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. I am back, and this is going to be a two-part stream. We are going to play some good old Club Barb, so I can farm some gold for this religion skin. And then around 4 o'clock, or about 3 hours from now, we're going to try out Swordai, which is a game I played on my channel about a month ago or so, maybe a little longer. They're having a new beta test today, so I want to give that a go and see what they've done or added, see if it's any better than it was the last time. So, welcome Spanky, welcome Big Cash, and everybody else who's currently here. Alright guys, this is going to be pretty straightforward. I'm doing the same build I always run pretty much. The only thing that I considered was dropping morale boost for Potion Chugger. I think these two perks are basically interchangeable. I don't think you're right or wrong necessarily for taking either or. It depends on the situation. I think Potion Chugger is better in a straight 1v1, but morale boost is better if you're getting constantly third-partied, which does happen on caves a decent bit. So, pros and cons kind of deal. I'm going to use morale boost for now, because I might do some bossing. But yeah, I don't know. We'll kind of figure it out from there. If I feel like I would rather have Chugger, I can always swap with whatever. Hey, Calder, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Mom. Good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna try out Swordai's new beta here in like 3 hours or so. See how that is. What I'm really excited for is Mistfall, which is in 12 days from now. 15th, 15th, 16th, something like that. Work it on your calendars, because we'll be here. I'm very excited for that. Cannot wait for cannot wait for that game to come back. I hope it's a lot better than it was in the last test. Because last test it had some pretty big performance issues in terms of like FPS and stuff in certain spots. So I really hope they polish the game up and it's, you know, a lot more smooth. Yeah, very, very, very excited for sure. All right, let's go. You lost both of your Barb kits back to back yesterday to sorcerers. That's enough. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorcerers are yeah, they can be pretty scary, man. I'll be honest. They can be pretty scary. Hey Vlad, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Calder, I think a lot of us are in the same boat, to be honest with you. I think a lot of us are just sitting here waiting for, you know, new stuff to come out. I mean, I'm not pushing that. I'm not that stupid. I'll wait for his blue buff to go away. I'll be one of those annoying people that every time you blue pot, you run the other direction for 20 seconds. Because I don't want to fight him. He gets a free parry on the axes if he's not stupid. So I can't fight him there. Because if I get parried, I'll actually just die. So long sword will still like one-shot you if you're not careful. So gotta play smart here. Don't want to die on our very first fight. That would be unfortunate. Oh my god, there's so many people. There's so many people. Look at there's so many people here. Oh my, there are just so many people. What is going on? This is why I have morale boost on, by the way. This right here is the reason I have morale boost on. Because sometimes you just see 18 people in one space. And the game started 2 minutes ago. Cool Legendary 2 and HR Crips. Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, that's even worse. The fact that you were playing HR on Crips. So it should have been less likely that happened to you. Alright, this is just ridiculous. This is just stupid. There's just... I don't even know what to say. You have a sophisticated question? Well, maybe I have an answer for you. What do you want, though? Depends on what you're asking. Have I done Goblin Merchant quests? No. I don't plan to do quests for the season. Season's too short to be doing quests, and I don't care about artifacts. Not unless they make HR being able to choose your own map, in which case, maybe I'll start caring. But knowing that I can't use artifacts in normals, and I can't play HR without having random maps, I don't care about artifacts. So, kinda chilling. If they change that, though, then, yeah, I might end up doing it. But artifact doesn't really have much value. The only value it would have is just selling it for money, I guess. But I don't really care that much. I mean, the season is just so short. I mean, it's gonna be over in what, 1 month, and it's already been a week plus. So I mean, it's really just. Besides that, I'm not even gonna be playing at the end of the swipe anyway, because Mistfall Hunter comes out on the 15th, and I'll be doing that for at least a week, I'm sure. So, I mean, really. I just don't think it really matters. I'm planning to like full invest into the Mistfall beta, so you're not really gonna see me on that a whole lot once that comes out. So I'm just kind of chilling for now. Yeah, Goblin Cave seems to be a really rare map. Fun fact, I've played a few high roller games off stream, at least 5 or 6, and I've seen Goblin Cave 0 times. And I've seen Ice Caves 4 of the 6 times. So when I say that I don't like Ice Map, and people tell me it's only a 1 in 3, it's all variants, but I feel like I don't really get to play Goblin Caves HR very much, which is annoying. So. How is the new season? I mean, the season's fine. As long as you don't expect new content for the season, I think it's, like, the game state is okay, I would say. How do I feel about data in general for you? Yeah, I think I'm with you, Vlad. I think the update was a step in the right direction, minus the needing 200% headshot damage to be gone. That's, I think, the biggest concern that I still have with the game, and probably why Barbarian in part feels so imbalanced right now. But by all means, if the devs can get some actual content in this game, like, you know, new skills, new perks, something to do, you know, that could change some things for, like, as far as my opinion goes. Because I think the game isn't in the worst state I've ever seen. You know, I think it's okay. But lack of content is, you know, a genuine concern. Hey, Zell, welcome. What's up? Well, you know, it's not even 33%. I think... Okay, so I have a theory. I think Goblin Caves is weighted based on the total number of maps that... I feel like it's weighted in, like, in terms of, like, ice caves and ruins being more likely than caves. Because I'm telling you, every person I've talked to has told me that they almost never get Goblin Caves. Which is the only reason I would want to play HR, is to play Goblin Caves. So, like, I mean, it's just, there's just not really, there's really just no point, really. And it's fine, I'm not, like, worried about it or anything. I just play this game for fun at this point. I enjoy just, like, chilling, it's fine. I'm not really worried about, like, endgame, because, again, I'll be on a new game in, like, 2 weeks anyway, so. What am I, like, really worried about here? Oh, wait, I can actually kill him now. He used the skill, sweet. Door. Good old door and door. Damn it. I could actually kill him in the next 20 seconds or so. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. We win that fight every time if he doesn't have PDR skill. I out DPS plate. I just can't out DPS PDR. Morning, if he had club, I would have been a little bit more scared, but Morningstar's not really scary, so we're chilling. Yeah, I think he has some gear too. Huh. Yeah, he does. Okay, good start. Insane. I can throw this on my cleric. I'm actually 100% gonna do that. Oh my god. Look at this. Good. Not much effort required here. I'm not even gonna do the Mystic Gem. This is more than enough loot for me. Chilling. Okay. Free cleric kit. Go take the rope. Well, that's the issue with Morningstar. The Morningstar has a huge weak spot. The only way that he wins is if he gets a full, like, headshot, but as long as I'm really close, he can't get it. If I just keep jumping over and over again, he's never gonna headshot me, and he's gonna just get out DPS. Again, unless he has the PDR skill. If he has PDR skill, then that's a problem. Hey, Barb Box. Hey, Ishmael. Welcome. Those are some good freaking boots, man. I agree. Isn't it funny, Zal, how we've gone from Morningstar is the strongest weapon in the game for one-hander, and you're trolling if you don't use it for, like, cleric. And now Morningstar is you're trolling if you're not using the club. It's funny how that works, you know? It is very comical. Because, you know, it's funny, I bet you those people out there who do not realize, like, how down bad the Morningstar really is. Like, they're still in, like, the old meta mindset. But, yeah, you don't want to use them. You don't want to use it anymore. It doesn't do anything. You just use a club, which is what you gotta do. It's part of the game now. Well, that's fair. There were a lot of nerfs to Morningstar. Yes, that is extremely valid. That is true. I'm not gonna play this right now, but this will be a nice little side cut. Yeah, he had 50% PDR, by the way, with shield, and I still out DPS'd him, which is so funny. He had 282 speed. Oh my god, he's so slow. Yeah. Hey, Nick, that was you? Yeah, GG, man. Yeah, I feel kind of bad. I knew that you lost the moment that you popped your PDR skill, and I outran it. I knew it was already over. Unfortunately, even though you have, like, decent PDR gear, I don't think your PDR actually counters me unless you have, like, the 65% max. Isn't 50 too much for when DP procs? What do you mean? You never have enough. So my understanding is that DP is true protection, meaning that if you go above 65 and then you lose PDR, you actually are still above 65 total, So there's never a downside to using the PDR skill, because it will make it so even if you get armor penned, you'll still cap out at 65. It's perfectly fine if you go over 65, because I think the PDR skill counts as true PDR as far as I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of how that works. That's why I preach about how good of a skill it is all the time, because it really is like that good. There's no reason not to use it, you know. Even if you're high PDR, it still has value. It's always valuable to use it. So. Now I will say, I think it's more efficient to run like 35 to 40% PDR, because then you can build for more movement speed. But if you do happen to be higher to like 50, it's still good to use it, I think. You're somewhat new to the game, playing adventure. Should you just run bosses and caves during gold for practice? If you're playing adventure mode, yeah, boss rushing is probably your best bet, I would say. Because realistically, after you get used to the game, PvE is never going to kill you in adventure mode, because it's not that difficult, especially if you're playing caves. So yeah, bossing is probably your best bet, and then you get practice too, which is always good. If Rogue had Divine Protection, this game would just be broken, I think. I don't know if Rogue could lose a fight if they had DP, because then they could hide on top of you, and then DP in your face with no counterplay, and I think you would just get stat checked, funny enough, because that's how strong DP is. It would effectively triple Rogue's health pool based on their like normal PDR. It's maybe 2.5x, but it's a lot. It's a big difference. So, yeah. What do I think is better to play this season, Sorcerer or Warlock? Oh, I think Sorcerer is stronger than Warlock. I mean, overflowing PDR is still useful. For example, if I have a club that gives 10% armor pen, 65% armor actually goes to 59%, which is about half of your total HP bar in terms of effective PDR. It's like, so right now, if I had 65 PDR and I got penned by 10%, I would lose about 60 HP effectively. So there's definitely some value in overflowing, just because of how the like stats work at the higher end. It's actually why I think Cleric does PDR better than Fighter does. Because Fighter, even though you can technically go to 75, it's too hard to do that. It's easier just to take Cleric and run PP. And 6 seconds is more than long enough for most PvP fights, as long as you're playing like correctly. It does suck if you get caught without it, but, you know. That's not how it works, though. Are you sure? Because I've been told that it does. Why would weapon speed work that way and PDR wouldn't? That doesn't even make sense. If I have over 330 speed, then I get, like, the direct benefit. If I have, like, you know, weapons out. So why would it not work for PDR? It would just make sense, wouldn't it? Unless it's different coding. But at least that's what I was told works. I don't know. When against felling? Honestly, against felling axe, I would probably swap to my Bardiche. And then use Achilles Strike to keep distance. And just kill them that way. But you don't... I think I've seen... You know what? I haven't seen a single Bardiche. I'm sorry. I haven't seen a single felling axe since they nerfed it last. So I'm not too worried about it. If we happen to see it, I'll probably use Bardiche over it. Snowy, have you actually tested this, or are you just assuming? Like, have you physically looked at the values during armor pen above 65 and tested it? I mean, just going off wiki and common sense doesn't, I don't think that actually means that you're right. Because I think this game has some pretty wonky things that go on sometimes. I'm not sure if that... And also, I think the wiki, some of it's outdated too, isn't it? I think unless it actually gets physically tested, I'm not sure if I would believe it one way or the other. I feel like you should know as well as I do, Snowy, that Iron Mace has some very weird coding in this game for some things, like that don't interact like you think they would. So I'm not, I don't know if it's reasonable to just go, yeah, the wiki says it, so it must be true. You know? Unless it's practiced in game, I just don't know if I quite believe it. Because it feels like Cleric is very, very tanky, even against like Wormhole and stuff. With DP, and it feels more tanky than Fighter does at max. So in practice, it feels like it works. Hey, Honda, what's up, man? Good to see you. Also, I'm pretty sure for Rogue weak point, I think it works for Rogue. At least that, I think it works for that skill in particular. Alright, never mind. Bardiche is not the play. It's always club. Never mind. 100% it's just club. It's never Bardiche. Never mind. Never mind. The answer is always club. I think I could have out DPS'd that with club. I actually think I would have won that. Shit. Yeah, that's my own fault. Never mind. Always use the club. Only use Bardiche for bear form. Do not... Yeah, never mind. Dummy. I can't believe I would even try to not use the club. I'm so dumb. Why the hell would I even try it, man? Achilles Strike is a 3-second, like, guaranteed kit for felling. It's gotta be club, man. God damn it. My own fault. Yeah. It's always club. Always, always, always. Why would I not do that? I don't know. Just a big old misplay. Well, there you go. At least you can learn the lesson from me. So now you know to always use the club and not use, like, some other, like, garbage. So, you know, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, Bardiche is literally just for bear form. I should never have used it for felling. My own fault. I have to blame myself for that one. I have to blame myself. Basically trolling by not using the correct weapon. What can I say? What can I say? No, man, the club beats the felling axe. It's not even... No, it's my own fault. No, it's fine, man. The club beats that. I thought the Bardiche would have been better. It's not though. Because Achilles Strike got buffed, and it lasts for like an eternity. So you can't really pace yourself away from it. Because the Bardiche just doesn't swing fast enough unless you have like 40% or 30% action speed. So it's just a misplay. That's all it is. Yeah, just use the club. It's fine. There's no like real reason to use like anything else. So it's fine. I mean, again, it's fine. It's my own fault. Just gotta own up to it. I'll take the L. You know, it's fine. I'll accept that mistakes were made. Sometimes shit just happens. Sometimes you think the club is, like, not the right play or something. Sometimes you just do a stupid play, you know? What can I really say? It's my own fault. I don't know why. I don't know why I would try to not use the club there. I really don't know. I'm such a dummy. I'll just run no secondary. Fine. Worst case, if I see a druid, I can just camp a doorway. I don't have any good Bardiches to use against them. But yeah, it's my own fault. I can't blame anything but myself for dying there. Like, I don't know why I would ever, like, not use the club there. It's just stupid. There's quite literally no reason to not, like, club there. So it's just my own fault. It's fine. It is what it is. Shield's too slow. Most people run from you in this game, so you need the movement. You need the mobility. No, it's fine. It was just it's fine. It was just a misplay. If I just use the club there, I probably win that fight. Like, it just is what it is. Oh, my action speed is way too slow. What am I, 11? Yeah, I probably should actually change those boots out. The turn shoe if I have them. 11% is a little bit too slow. I mean, I'll make it work, but really 20 is where you want to be. But yeah, again, it's my own fault. I mean, well, now you know at least not to try to at least now you know. Well, it's too hard to get reasonable reach away from the felling, because all he has to do is land one single Achilles Strike granny and you're dead. So you need to be able, you need to have the club out so you can jump, stop him from getting headshots, and then you can actually out-trade the felling. That was the correct play that I didn't do there. My own fault. There was a path to winning that fight and I didn't take it. Can't really blame anybody but myself for that. Now, I will say, I think Warmaul probably counters that pretty well, since Warmaul has such a heavy slow on hit. And it also has an infinite swing pattern. The Warmaul is basically like a giant club. So I think the Warmaul might have worked against that. Just because of the infinite swing. But Bardiche is just too freaking slow, unless you have like 30% action speed. I don't like Bardiche unless you're mega geared Barbarian. Low gear Barb, I think Bardiche is kind of ass. It's just that it's self-found, so I can't, like, buy a Wormhole, which is the problem. And I haven't really seen, like, very many good ones, or any at all that I can think of. That's more of a, like, weapons I've been unable to find issue. Yeah, but the Bardiche has a weapon swing cooldown, and the Wormhole doesn't. So the Warmaul, you can sit there and swing forever, just like the club. Which means that he never really has a chance to close the gap on you. Because as long as you keep swinging, he shouldn't be able to get close to you. That's the entire point I'm trying to make. It's the infinite swing. It's what makes the club so strong. It turns out when you have a weapon that has no like swing, you know, weakness, in terms of, you know, having, like, some kind of delay between swings, it turns out it's pretty goddamn strong. Who would have thought? But yeah, Wormhole, I think Wormhole, you probably need, like, 25+% to, like, really make it work with the infinite swing combo. In the way that I'm trying to make it work, at least. Something around that range. Yeah, I would say probably 25, maybe 30. Is good. Somewhere in that range. I just got headshot. Wait, he actually just got the luckiest headshot on me. Wait, that's insane. How did he headshot me? Wait, that's crazy. Wait, that was like the perfect headshot. Did he just get like a really lucky headshot? Because that's bizarre. I was like in the air jumping and I got instantly headshot. How is that even possible? It doesn't even make sense. I got headshot for like 80%. I'm not even on the screen. Look at the kill cam. I'm not even close. Is this legit? I'm not even on the screen. Look at this. How am I getting hit here? He's aiming over here in like the corner. I'm like 2 feet to the left and I get headshot. It doesn't make any sense. He's not even looking at me. I mean, look where he's swinging. He's not even swinging at me. He just swings at the air. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I'm like 2 feet away, jumping in the air. He's looking the other direction, and he headshots me. I don't... It swings from above? So did he just get, like, the luckiest hit in the world? Is that what happens? And also, yeah, how did the second hit even... Like, I don't understand how these hits even connected. Like, I got double headshot here. How is that even possible? It doesn't even make sense. He's not even looking at me. What even is that? How is that even possible? That makes no... Should I even report that? I guess not. I guess it's just the game's desync. That makes no sense. He's literally looking the other direction, and he's headshotting me when he's not looking at me. How am I getting headshot? Like, it's probably, I don't think he's cheating. I think it's just lag. I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, he's not even looking at me. How am I getting hit there? In what universe am I ever getting headshot there? If it wasn't for the fact that I just fought him and it took him 4 hits to kill me, I might have considered it more suspicious. Like, that was just so weird. That's so freaking bizarre, man. I don't even know what to say. How the hell does that hit me? Not only does it hit me, how am I being headshot? How am I being headshot jumping in the air when he's looking the opposite direction? It just makes no sense. Like, are Iron Mace's servers just trash? Because I don't know what other answer there is besides the servers sucking. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. I just have no idea. It makes no sense. I'm all for getting outplayed if I think I got outplayed, but I don't feel like I did anything wrong there. I don't think I did, at least. Did I do something wrong? I even hit him with a killing strike, so he couldn't move. I don't know. I'm at a loss. I can't believe I just got hit for 85% of my health, jumping in the air while he's looking the other direction. That's just insane to me. I don't know. What can I even say, I guess? Freaking crazy. I guess the servers are just shitting the bed right now. I don't know. What can I even really say? Yeah, I don't really, I don't know, man. I don't know what I can even, I have no idea what I can even say to how to how that's ever, like, actually killing me. That's just, like, that's just so crazy. I just don't understand. I don't remember the last time I died to a felling axe by a guy that wasn't even looking in my direction. That's so bizarre, man. I don't know. This game's weird, I guess. What can I say? I just feel like, I don't know, that it makes you just want to, like, alt F4 out of this game. Alright, we have, what, 2 hours left before Swordai comes out, so I guess we'll just have to march through it until then. Yeah, that is some trash gameplay, man. I don't know. That just sucks. Like, it doesn't even, it's like, it doesn't feel like I got outskilled. It just feels like I got, like, I don't know, out-servered. I don't know, man. It's annoying. What can I even really say to that? I don't mind losing fights to, you know, something that I feel like is in my control, but... Man, I cannot tell you how much I cannot wait until this self-found period is over, so I can actually play off-meta builds and classes, and not have to worry about, like, farming hours upon hours to find, like, a singular magic staff. I am so, like, done with this self-found stuff. The last time we had self-found, I actually quit the game for 2 weeks and came back when it came up. But that was because there was another game I was playing at the time on stream, so it was okay. I am so ready for this self-found stuff to go away, so I can build kits again. Because I can only play, like, meta stuff during self-found. Feels really silly. I can't really play, like, anything even slightly off meta until they change it. So I'm just kind of sitting here waiting for that to change. I know it's only, I guess, 2 more weeks, or, like, another week, but... It's getting kind of old saying nothing but, like, Barbs. I would love to try, I would love to try to make, like, a good wizard build or something, but... I can't do it till self-found goes away. Saying that he 2-tapped me because of Berserker doesn't resolve how he was looking the opposite direction and then headshot me while I was jumping. It just doesn't make any sense. Truly, I just don't think that makes any sense. I'm still not even sure what to think about that whole situation, to be honest. Yeah, that entire fight with that Barbarian, I just don't know what to think about that whole thing still. I'm still kind of unsure. At best, it's just trash servers, I guess. What can I don't know. Outside of server issues, I don't really know what else it could be. Also, how would Berserker have done anything there? He got hit 1 time with the club and maybe got, like, 3% extra damage. So how in the world is Berserker causing him to 2-shot me there? I don't debate action speed? Because I don't have a marketplace. Do you know how much harder it is to actually make fun builds without a marketplace? It's basically impossible. I can't play off meta because I need specific weapons that I don't have access to. And I can't play niche builds because I don't have, like, a market. Like, the game, for me, doesn't actually open up until the market opens. Like, I don't care about anything until this 5-day period is done. I hate self-found. I don't like it, I never have. So, I know that's not a popular opinion, but I cannot stand self-found in this game. Because it just makes the meta classes even stronger than it already is. It makes, like, off-meta stuff impossible to play. It's really unfun. Like, I want to play, like, niche builds. Like, I would love to see how Wizard currently is right now in, like, you know, decent gear. But I literally don't have the magic staffs to play it. I literally, I can't play it. There's no way. Because I have to go and find a magic staff, which they don't seem to drop very often. Like, I can't, it just sucks, you know? It really sucks being basically bound to playing only, like, certain meta classes because of self-found. I can't stand it. Well, Honda, with Marketplace, I have plenty of gear. I just have to wait for the market to reopen. Most of your money comes from other, like, PvP stuff anyway. Most of the money I get from streams is usually from PvP for the most part. I mean, you should know that by now, I think, right? I feel like that's pretty obvious though. Why is the market not open for new players? It's not open for anybody. You can't use the market at all for 5 days. Okay, but I can't select my map in HR, so I'm not gonna play there. I mean, this... I don't even think I should have to explain this again to you, because you already know why I don't do that. I'm not playing a random HR where it's like a 55% chance to get ice caves, from what I've seen. It's heavily weighted towards ice caves and ruins, from everyone that I've talked to. It seems like most people do not get caves. So, like, why would I even... Like, I don't even want to play HR. I mean, I'll be able to get builds. It's just gonna take 5 more days. Like, for me personally, I actually don't really care about playing during, like, self-found periods, except for just leveling up my classes, you know? Because, like, the most fun part of the game is building kits for market. Like, that is the gameplay for me, personally. Like, being able to actually play, like, off-meta stuff because of market is really fun. Instead, you know, you just run, like, Barbarian or, like, Fighter or something that's easy to run because... Well, that's just kind of what's easy to use in self-found, you know? I pressed the wrong... I was thinking I was playing Barbarian. I'm gonna have to go back to Barb, aren't I? The first game I played Cleric, I see a freaking Sorcerer. Oh god, I'm gonna have to go back to Barb, huh? Yeah, I can't. This doesn't really beat Sorcerers. I never said I couldn't do it. What do you mean? I said that I can't use the marketplace to build gear that I want. That is a fact. I am not currently able to use the marketplace to make kits. That is a literal fact. It's also a fact that certain classes have a big advantage over others during self-found. I never watched the Ryan video, so I can't really speak on it. I mean, it's fine if you like the marketplace on them, but I personally can't stand self-found. Matthew, believe me, I'm fully aware. That Barbarian fight is... That Barb fight will be tripping me up for a while. I thought about reporting him, but I don't think he's cheating. I think it's just server desync. I don't think it's him. I mean, yeah, like, realistically speaking, do you know how much easier it is to build, like, a fighter gear set than it is to build, like, a wizard kit? I mean, it's a massive difference, man. I mean, it's fine if you like self-found. I'm just telling you, personally, I can't stand it. You know? In the same way that you can't tell me that I'm wrong for liking Marketplace, I can't tell you that you're wrong for not liking Marketplace. It's just preference. You know? Neither of us are right or wrong here. We're not, like, I don't even know why this is an argument. It's not, it was never made to be a discussion. It's not... It's not really a discussion at all. It's fine if you like it. I'm just telling you, I personally, I don't know, I just don't really like self-found. I mean, every other extraction game that's coming out that I'm looking forward to has a marketplace. Like, there's a reason that I like those games, and part of it's because they have a marketplace. I wish I wasn't playing Cleric against this guy. Luckily, it was a wizard, not a sorcerer. Sorcerer would have probably one-shot me here. So thank God he's playing wizard. Thank God he is playing. I don't know. I thought it was a sorcerer at first. I got a lot less scared when I saw it was wiz. Enough that I can just kind of shut the door and lock it. I agree with you, Alex. I'm 100% with you there. It can't just be enough that I tell you that it's okay if you disagree with me. Apparently that's not enough. You have to, like, make it an entire argument. I don't really understand it. Oh, I'm pretty much waiting for Mistfall Hunter too. If it wasn't for streams, I would never touch this game. But I enjoy playing this specifically for streaming. But we'll be playing Swordai later anyway, so I'm not, like, too worried about it. Yeah, I mean, trust me, I don't blame you at all. Honestly, after, it was that Desync kill really killed my... really killed my drive to play this game today. That Barbarian hitting me while not looking at me and then two-shotting me was really silly. I don't know what was going on there, but... Really surprised I didn't get in that door. No, I've definitely seen stuff like that before, Mr. X. I didn't say that's the first time. I just said it's the first time I saw it today. I've definitely seen some, like, really weird, like, kills, for sure. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, I say that I like Marketplace, and I give you the reasons that I like it, and instead of you saying, oh, okay, I respect your opinion, but this is why I don't like the Marketplace. Oh, that's... Instead, you just go, you basically start bashing me for, like, liking something that you don't like. Like, it's very, like, immature, to be honest. You know, I didn't argue, or I didn't, like, tell you that you were wrong at all. You know, if you like the market, or if you don't like market, that's fine. I never said it was an issue. But to, you know, to basically bash me for the way that I like to play the game is just very weird, to be honest. Well, just to be clear, SSF is better for the veteran players than it is for casual players. Because for a casual player to compete with gear that a self-found veteran is going to have, it's going to be virtually impossible. It's going to take them a lot of hours to catch up, you know? Marketplace allows you to build kits for pretty cheap and allows you to compete with, like, the veteran players. Speaking as someone who played Barb to, like, level 40, and I think I died once, and only to other Barbs before today. And now I still have only... Oh, no, I died once to a really gear PDR fighter. And I've since only died to, like, that other Barb, and one of the fights was, like, really weird, as you saw. It's like... I don't know. I'm telling you, I think self-found is actually less casual-friendly than Marketplace is, personally. Because it's a hell of a lot easier to build a quick kit in auction, or in market, to compete with, you know, decent kits, than it is to go self-found and try to build one yourself. Especially when you get to, like, the end of the season, and the veteran players have, like, really, really good gear that you know they never lose, you know? It's a bigger issue, I think, in teams as well, versus solo. Because a trio that's all, like, maxed out geared, good luck competing with them, like, self-found stuff. I mean, I said that I couldn't make kits because I don't have access to things like a singular magic staff. I can't make the game miraculously give me a magic staff. Because it's all RNG. I don't understand how... I don't understand where the confusion is coming from here. If you honestly think that Wizard is just as easy to play as, like, Barb and Fighter are in Self-Found, I think that's disingenuous. Because it's pretty clear that it's way, 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 way easier to play Barb and Fighter than it is to play Wizard during Self-Found. There is a, like, serious curve in terms of, like, getting the correct gear to actually play the class, you know? But I shouldn't have to go down 3 layers in Ruins just to be able to play a class. That makes no sense. I would rather just play Barbarian or, like, Fighter or something, or Cleric, than sit there and try to play... Then sit there and try to get, like, one magic staff just to play a certain class. That's my entire point. I'd rather not do that, you know? There's no real reason to. I would much rather just play the easy-to-play self-found character than struggle trying to build a kit for a class that's not worth building a kit for, because it's, like, way too much effort. I'm not going 3 layers down in hell just to maybe play one class. I'd rather just play Barb, I'm gonna be real with you. Well, it does make sense, because in the 4,000 hours that I've played this game, the amount of PvE updates that Iron Mace does is almost non-existent. They don't add enough, they don't do enough with PvE content to make me want to do the PvE gameplay. Most of the updates that SDF does, which I don't think is even up for debate, is PvP focused. Would you agree with that? Most game updates we get is not PvE. Most of them are PvP, and especially arena balancing. So, when most of the updates we get are centered around PvP, not PvE, it makes me not care about the PvE part of the game. For good reason, I would think, right? Does that make sense? So it's fine if you find it fun, but I personally don't find the PvE fun in this game. I think that might be where you're not understanding where I'm coming from. I don't think the PvE in this game is fun or enjoyable. So, with that in mind, if I don't like the PvE in this game, it should be pretty obvious why I like Marketplace to build kits, because I only care about PvP in this game. If there was Solo Arena, I would probably play it. No, not probably. I would play it. I would 100% play only Soul Arena if it existed. But it's not an option, so I basically just use caves to solo PvP. Yeah, I mean, it was never even made to be an art. I don't even know why it became, like, this big, like, ordeal. You know, all I said was that I personally enjoy the marketplace. You know, and I get my reasons for it. It could have just been that, you know? I don't know why it became, like, this whole argument sick. It never needed to be that. Yeah, the PvE in this game just it's not complicated or enjoyable enough to, like, actually do or engage with after a while. I am, like, I am just completely over this game of PvE in general. Nowhere near enough updates in terms of, you know, content for that. But that's kind of just what happens when you spend all your updates on PvP balance and not, like, adding PvE stuff, you know? Kind of just what it is. I never complained about not being able to get gear easily. I complained about not having the ability to find one specific piece of gear because it's RNG if you find it. I can get gear just fine. What do you mean? I get plenty of gear from this. Have you not seen my stashes? I have never once complained about not being able to find gear. It was only specifically one type of gear, which was the magic staff. Because it's RNG if you find it or not. I can find as much gear as I want. It's literally just a staff issue. That's it. Which is why I just play Barb. What do you mean? See, this is where Barbarian is really handy, because he would be dead already, because I'd have Achilles strike. Unfortunately, I don't have that. This he'll probably run to a door. Hopefully. I knew that was going to happen too, but I had to go for it. I got a hit on him, but... calling it rage bait because I said that it's harder to find a magic staff in self-found than it is to find it in, like, a marketplace is insane. All I said was it's literally not worth it to play classes like Wizard until market opens. Because why would you? It's too easy to build other kits. Also, you know what's nice about, like, classes like Barb and Cleric? You can actually run with a gray club, and it's not that much weaker than, say, a blue or a purple. The rarity of the club actually doesn't matter very much. The rarity of the magic staff absolutely does, you know? It's so much easier to just, like, play, like, you know, the easy-to-build classes. I just don't understand, like, where the confusion is. Yeah, in my experience, most of HR is just terrible anyway. A bunch of mobs that do 200% HP damage, 200 or headshot damage, and usually they just interfere with PvP fights anyway. You know, like, you know how many people I've tried to fight in HR where they run through a string of HR mobs, nightmare mobs, and it's just completely, it's just so unfun to fight them, you know? I'll take normals PvP over HR PvP any day. Especially knowing that I don't care about, like, PvP or PvE in this game, right? I mean, Hana, that's literally not true, what you're saying. You're just lying, because I have access to the streamer chats, and I consistently see streamers complaining that the current iteration of HR is not fun for the game. I also see streamers say that they like the marketplace. So saying that every other streamer, that's actually, like, false. So kind of like how you told me that I'm wrong for saying that I can't play Wizard, and then you went on, like, the actually, and then started reading off, like, the wiki description of what can't means. I'm gonna do the same thing to you, and tell you that you saying every other streamer, that's actually not true. There are plenty of other streamers that also feel the way that I do. So, you're actually just lying now. So, you know, just saying. If you're gonna actually me, then I'm gonna do the same thing to you. You can't have it both ways. I mean, you know, if there was HR Goblin Caves, I'd already be playing. It's not my fault that Iron Mace restricted my ability to play HR. I would play there in a heartbeat if I could, because I would like to do HR bossing. Because I wanna see what the mystical gem feels like in terms of, you know, running it consistently, but I can't do it. Goblin Caves has, like, the lowest chance of any other map in HR, and I hate the ice map, which seems to be the most common. So, Like, I'm basically restricted from playing HR. But there's really not much I can do there. Until they change it. Which I'm sure they'll just change it next season anyway. That's kind of, like, typical for what Iron Mace does. So, I'm not, like, too worried about it. I'm sure it'll change quite literally, like, in 3 weeks. 2 weeks. Whatever. Which has even more weight. Because I see so many people talking about it in, like, the streamer chat, so... There's a pretty decent chance that it ends up being done. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Okay, but how is that fun? How is it fun to have to go into a game mode where if I see the wrong map, I beeline it for the ice cave boats? And then if I keep getting it over and over again, that is like that is such unfun gameplay. That's just, it's objectively not enjoyable. I at least am glad, Yum, that you have that you can at least see my perspective, because you don't like ice caves either. I think that map is ass. I can't stand the ice cave map. If I have to play HR and I have a chance to get that map, I don't even want to play it. It's terrible. I don't know. If you like that map, it's great. You know, I'm happy for you, but I just can't stand it. You're lost if they take No, so High Roller Goblin Cave still exists, but if you play High Roller, it's one of 3 random maps. It's either Goblin Caves, Ice Cave, or it's Ruin. You don't get a choice anymore. So if you go to queue up into High Roller, there's a pretty good chance that you get Ice Caves, even over Ruins or Goblin Caves from what I've heard. Apparently Ice Caves is most popular, but I don't know if that's just like, you know, bias of people that I've talked to. But yeah, I can't stand Ice Caves. So. I think I even saw a meme on Reddit of people like running to like the ice, like, you know, people running to the rafting caves just to like not have to play that map, which was kind of funny. Did I already try this? I guess I did. So why should I care what other streamers are doing, by the way? Why does it matter to me what another streamer is doing or how that they're playing the game? I don't really understand why that matters, regardless. If other streamers want to play mixed Ruins, Ice Cave, and Goblin Caves, they're welcome to do it. But it doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. I mean, Beard over on Twitch is saying that when he watches streamers play and get ice caves, they just runs with like the rafts. So is that really engaging gameplay? Like, queue in a high roller and then, okay, well, you don't get the map you want, so you just instantly run to the exit? Like, what kind of gameplay even is that? Wouldn't it be more fun to just keep playing and just kind of just chill and just play the game? I mean, besides that, there's no point in HR anyway, because you can't use uniques or artifacts and normals, and I can't select my gear. Do you really think I want to bring an do you really think I want to build artifact kits in HR when I can't select my own map? Hell no, I don't want to do that. Because I don't want to have to bring, I don't want my artifact gear set to be like going on ice caves where I'm just running to the raft anyway. Just silly. I actually think not liking ice caves is a pretty popular opinion. A lot of people do not like that map. Honda, no one was whining. I gave my opinion, and then you started freaking out about it, and we're very upset. I gave my opinion that I like the marketplace, and I gave the reasons for it, and it's that because I think Wizard is easier to build and self-found. Or it's easier to build Wizard in market than self-found. I think that's a pretty reasonable opinion. And I don't know. I just got upset about it. What can I really say? Very hard to get random RNG drops for like a specific, you know, magic staff or kind of deal. I find plenty of gear in caves. The gear is not the problem. It's just magic staffs exclusively. I would rather just play fighter or like Barb or something than sit there and have to go like farm, you know, level 3 of ruins just to like have a chance of getting a staff. I just don't really understand the point of it. I also just think HR is bad for the game anyway. I think they should just remove HR personally. I just don't even think it's good for the game anymore. It has way less players than normals does. And you can't, and like it's so dead you can't even select your own map. Like why even? Just like why? Why do we even have a player? I feel like we just don't have the player population for it. I would rather them just make normals like mobs and loot better, like stronger, you know, because obviously normals like PvE is pretty easy. So just make the normals PvE harder. We already have adventure mode, you know. Maybe you don't actually need normals in HR now that you have adventure mode. Make adventure mode like the pseudo normals, and then just make normals the mode where everybody is, and then just, you know, make the mobs and like the loot like way better. That's what I would do if I had a choice. Because then you don't have to worry about like the circle or any of that other garbage. Well, you know, it's also funny, it doesn't even get into the other, like, soul, like, thing that I've said a million times, but I guess it doesn't matter. HR sucks ass. The circle is bad, man. Is it an unpopular opinion that I don't enjoy HR, also in part because I don't like the circle? Even Goblin Caves isn't very fun to play with circle on. The circle sucks. I mean, Am I wrong? Like, do people genuinely like the circle in, like, the current iteration of the game? Because I used to like the circle, but I don't like it anymore. I think this game is actually better when there is no circle. It feels hard for me to understand, like, why people expect me to play HR when HR is also the place where you're forced to play with, you know, like a circle too. I don't understand, man. There are so many reasons to not play HR in like the current like state of the game. I don't know, man. I just don't really get it. What do I know? Sorry, Porto. I mean, the truth of the matter is, HR isn't even a good place to go for PvP at all. It's only good to go for loot. The times that I've went to HR this season has been naked players trying to do like 0 to hero, and they're just in like gray gear completely. So it's not like I'm even fighting higher quality people. And then on top of that, I have the trash circle that I have to deal with, which is never really fun. It's like, I don't know. There's too many reasons not to play HR, at least for the time being. But, you know, maybe at some point they'll figure it out. If Iron Mace wants me to play HR, which obviously they don't care. But if I was gonna play HR in this game, the two things that would have to change is, well, it's obvious, right? Circle and map selection. If those two things change, as long as the maps are populated and I'm not running through dead lobbies, it would give me more reason to play HR. But unless the circle is taken out of the game and they let me choose a map and don't force me into Frost Mountain, because truth be told, I don't even mind playing Ruins HR. Ruins HR isn't that bad. You know, I can play it. I'm just, obviously I prefer caves, but I will play Ruins. But if they just give me a way to not play Frost Mountain and then also not have to deal with the circle, yeah, I would probably be okay with it. Well, if the rewards were better for HR, I might consider it, but the rewards aren't really good. None of these rewards really speak out to me like something I really need. Like, I already have a Lycan skin. I don't care about the, you know, the picture. I already have a million torch skins. I don't really care about the emote that much. The only thing I really care about is the religion skin, which I'm working towards now. So, once I finish that, we're kind of chilling. And honestly, with all the stuff that I have, like gold ore and gems and all that other stuff, I probably have 30k gold already. It's just gonna be a matter of like waiting for a couple days for market to open so I can get some money. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. This was never really made. This was never supposed to be like an argument or anything. I was just giving like my own opinion. That's really all it was supposed to be. I wasn't really trying to argue about it. So I think Classic Arc will come back. I don't know. Maybe someday, but probably not anytime soon, I imagine. Well, no, Ruins, I think Ruins loot is good, but you have to go to the graveyard area. That place has good loot. Yeah, if you know where to go on Ruins, you can get some pretty good loot. You just have to know where to go. Legacy is, Legacy's just not worth playing right now, man. Like, the update just is... There's just not really anything to do in the update. What can I even say? The update's just boring. Like, it's basically just a PvE map where you play it for, like, a few games and then you're done with it. Which is fine, I guess, but nothing for returning players. And then... I mean, that's pretty much it. There's really nothing else to really do. No, nothing really big for, like, returning players. This is kind of boring. You know? Not to mention the player pop is so low that there's really not much incentive to play the game in the first place. You got 100 unique gems from Ruins? Wait, really? So there's no point in even going down the floor, is there? Just keep doing Ruins over and over again? That sounds about right. Although I will tell you, HR caves, I imagine, would be pretty good right now. Considering you can get the mystical gems and then do, like, you know, have the chance for the artifact every run. And then, you know, it's pretty easy to kill, like, Cyclops and stuff. What is that rogue doing? Is he hiding with potions on his belt? Okay, there's the potions. doing? Is Legacy really down to 200 players? Is that true? That is kind of sad. If that's the case. Also, isn't 200 players can't be wrong what people used to say for, isn't that what people used to say for Dungeonborn before it died? Yeah, I think Legacy was in a pretty good spot. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Legacy was in a spot where I enjoyed the gameplay, because I used to play it, you know. I played it for a while. I think I have... probably have 100 hours in the game at least, but just kind of got boring, you know. Updates weren't really there, and then, you know, this recent update just wasn't really enough to, like, I don't know, it's just not really enough. What can I really say? That's what they say about every low pop game. Oh, is that a? Oh, that's a common phrase. I just didn't know. I must have never heard about it. For the calling? Wait, did people say it for that? Because I was playing the calling until it, like, died officially. Like, I was last man standing. I don't think I ever heard that phrase. So, I don't know. I mean, we did Clown and Xavier a lot back in the day, but I don't remember anything like that. I'm gonna give my own opinion on future, like, the future extraction games coming. I think every single extraction game coming out in this genre, you know, Mistfall Hunter, Midnight Walkers in particular, I think they should not release any kind of high roller type maps that split the player base. If they want to add more content, if they want to make the maps harder, it should get harder as you progress through the map. So just make the down portal significantly harder, you know? Add ways to go down and then meet up with other players, like, as you, like, you know, kind of like you do here with Owl and stuff. But don't separate the game. Every time I've seen these games add different modes, the harder modes are always dead. It's every time, man. Either they're dead or no one wants to play them. I feel like we should just be focusing on making down portals and making the down portal content hard enough that the game is just engaging, you know? I think requiring this, like, split player base thing where you have, like, different modes just doesn't work in practice, unfortunately. I did hear that Ryan was making a game. I haven't seen anything about it, but I did hear that he is doing it. I don't think a truly hardcore extraction game is going to be able to do well in a niche market like this. So I hope Ryan is... I hope he has a plan. I haven't watched the video yet, so don't hold me to anything that I'm saying. This is more of a general statement. This genre is very niche, okay? Extraction genre, like the one, like non-first-person shooter extraction genre is super, super niche, okay? Probably, we can all agree on that. to make it more niche by making your game super, super hardcore / hard might actually hurt the game more than it helps. Even though I personally wouldn't mind playing a hardcore extraction game, as long as it's like balanced appropriately. But I think it's going to be very hard to get a player base going for a game like that. And I think that is, you know, I think it just kind of is what it is. Alright, Beard, I'll take a look at it later. Well, that's exactly how it should be. I'm gonna tell you straight up, I think that HR is not a good gameplay design compared to just making the game harder, like significantly harder as you progress, you know? I would rather Dark and Darker have insanely better loot on the higher end, like as you go down into like hell, you know? If it was only one single map and it just got really, really hard at the end, which is where you had to go to get good loot, you know? I think that's just better game design, personally. And I used to not mind HR, but I think the problem is you need so many players to make it work that I think that's where the problem like lies, you know? We've all seen it, right? You know, the player base for Dark and Darker kind of like dwindles little bit by little bit over time. And then HR kind of becomes like the side mode, and then it kind of starts to become dead because, well, there's not enough players to like really keep it lively like normals. So wouldn't it be better if like just every player could just play one map, and then if you wanted the hardcore content, you just go down floors? I don't know, I feel like that just makes way more sense. And then it keeps your player base together. It cuts your queues in half. You don't have to worry about HR anymore. I mean, I don't know. That's just my own opinion, I guess. You hate how Midnight Walkers did the levels? I think that's actually an unpopular opinion. Most people that I've talked to, Honda, has said that they enjoy the way that Midnight Walkers does their like level design. You know, like going into like you know, the 7 or 8 floors and then kind of gas closing and pushing you in over time. I think that's fun, personally. Well, isn't that one of the biggest complaints that Dark and Darker players have that I think we can all mutually agree on? Is that the gameplay or the game itself gets significantly less fun over time when the player base starts to dwindle, because without players there is no game. So with that in mind, I don't know, I kind of feel like having an extra mode, you know, in this case being HR, I kind of feel like having it just... I don't know if I really see the point of it anymore. Yeah, I think if I was gonna do it myself... Sorry. If I was gonna do it myself, I would probably design the game and not have individual maps by themselves like Goblin Caves, and I would make every single map like designed with at least 3 layers in mind. So you can go down twice, you know? So like we have it for Ruins. where you go ruins, then crypts, then hell. Right now, Frost Mountain is Frost Mountain, and then the Frost like abyss, and then you have Goblin Caves. Then we're gonna have the water map. But where's the water map going? Has anybody thought about this? I'm sure that you have. You know, the new water map comes into the game, right? Where does it go? Like, is it gonna go here? So is that gonna add another layer of queues to the game? No, my question is, no, Brandon. My question is, are we adding more queues to the game than we currently already have? I'm not talking about physical space on the map. I'm talking about where is it gonna go? Is water map gonna be its own separate map? Because in the current state of the game, unless a big player jump happens, having an extra map is just gonna make the queues even worse, right? Yeah, I think they should add it to something else. Maybe even add it to Frost Mountain. Make it first. I have a hard time believing that it's a good idea to add a fourth map queue. Is my only issue. I'll be back in a second. Honda, I think that's the first thing you've said that I've actually agreed with today. I agree with you. I think we're gonna have so many different maps that as much as I don't like map rotation, it's probably better for the game. But if you're gonna have a rotation, it should be a short timer. So maybe it rotates every 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, somewhere in that range. That would be okay with me. Because the only map that I don't like playing is Frost Mountain. I'm okay with the other maps. And obviously I'll want to play like the water map too. Because it's new. So that'd be fine with me. It would mean that 75% of the time I can play a map that I enjoy playing, and then we're good, right? I mean, I'd be fine with that. I think that is a reasonable solution. But yeah, no, I agree with that completely. And I say I agree with you, full well knowing that I'm not a big fan of map rotation in the game. As long as the rotation is short, I see no downside, you know? Complaining about a queue that's like 3 minutes long or something, I think is just ridiculous, you know? If you have to wait 3 minutes for one map to pass because you don't want to play it, I think that's perfectly fine, you know? Organize your stash, sell some stuff on the market, do whatever the hell you want to do. I think 3 minutes is actually fine. You know? There's plenty of stuff to do in the inventory system, you know, between merchants, your stash, the trade. There's plenty of stuff to do. That is, like, genuinely, I think, a good solution. Because the player base is not high enough to have so many different queues. You know what I would do? The best solution, I'm telling you. Day 1 of water map, put Goblin Caves, Frost Mountain, and Ruins in one queue. And have the water map as a permanent map. You don't want people to have to wait for the water map to show up. Because it's new. Obviously. So have the water map there. So you can keep queuing it. And then the other 3 maps, let people play those on loop. That way it splits it actually makes your queues less. Because right now we're going to go from 3 queues to 4, which is insane. The player base is already fragmented enough. We don't need more queues. So drop it down to 2 queues. 1 for these 3 and then 1 for water map. I think that would be the best, like, way to do it. Having only random map would be terrible. Why would I say that I like that? You already know that I don't like random map. I would rather have rotation than the random part. But I think that seems to make a lot of sense to me, at least. How much would I hate it? A lot. A lot is the answer to that. If you're gonna have 2 queues, do half and half. Well, the reason I said to do the water map in its own separate queue is because it's a new map, so people don't have to wait for it. If the entire point of a new season is the water map, then it feels like it makes sense to do it that way, I would say. Well, at the rate we're currently going, I think the water map is going to be the 4th queue. And I don't think that's a good idea. Personally. Oh, you're right. It is a 5th queue. That's true. 3 normal maps plus HR, that makes 4. You're actually right. It's not 3, it's 4 queues. You're right. You're right. So yeah, we're gonna have a 5th queue with the water map if they don't make any changes. That's a problem, yeah. That's a very big problem. It's actually a big reason why when Mistful Hunter was asking for suggestions, I had made the suggestion that instead of, or like to make some kind of way to traverse the map further, like kind of like hell portals instead of making new maps. I don't know if that's actually what they're going to do or not, but when they asked for feedback, I said that it would be nice to have like harder areas to go to. I'm curious what they do with that. I'm also curious how Mistfall or how Midnight Walkers does it too. You know, maybe I don't know, like, are certain floors just gonna be harder? Or are they gonna have different floors? I'm not really sure. I mean, summer is basically over now. We're getting close. Like, the weather's not even that bad anymore. At least here, it's, like, perfectly fine. Oh, he didn't die. I actually thought that would kill him. I thought the book would kill him. Was he low? I thought the book would kill him. It's my own fault. Was he low? He was one shot, right? No way. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, he was so low. That's crazy. I thought that would kill him for sure. Oh, it's so sad. I thought I for sure had him with the book. I thought for sure he was dead there. Rip. Rip, 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 rip. I thought that was such a good play. I was like, yeah, the spellbook will do it. I was like, yeah, for sure, for sure. It's gotta be good, right? Misplay. I really thought it was good. Damn it. I really thought I was cooking there. I thought I was. I thought so. I freaking thought. God damn it. Man, I goofed. I goofed. I thought we were good. I did. I really thought we were good there. Thought I could kill him. Damn. I'm so dumb. That was such a stupid play. Why would I ever do that? Oh, I'm so dumb. Why would I do that shit? Oh, I don't have any rubies. All these rubies. Got legendary ones. Let's see. Do I have any hand crossbows? I think I wasn't picking them up, but I should have been. So sad. I'm so upset with myself for that one. Because, like, that guy never kills me if I'm using the club, but I thought the book would work. It was so stupid. What can I say, I guess? What can I say? My own fault. So. My own fault. Well, I was playing cleric, so can't really use felling on a cleric. It's okay. I thought the spellbook would work, I'm gonna be honest. I really thought that would work. You know what? I wonder if that spellbook was gray. Because I thought I had a higher rarity spellbook. If it was only a gray rarity, that would actually make sense. Right? Well, you just don't fight the rogue in the doorway. I thought it would work. I think the mob hit me for a ton of damage there. I don't know how much damage the mob did, but it was a lot. Downside of taunt is all of the mobs auto-target you. Makes it a lot easier for the enemy. That's why I usually try to clear mobs if I can. I really chose the wrong class, didn't I? God, Sorceress is such a hard counter for me here. Oh, I'm just dead. Nice try. Nice freaking try. Oh god. Oh god, don't die to the mobs though. The mobs can actually. Different rogue. No, that is the same rogue. Wait, that's the same exact rogue player. This game sucks so bad sometimes. That's the same exact rogue. This game is actually so dumb sometimes, man. Why can I kill a rogue player that can beeline it to the same exact spot, like, immediately after? It's like, that's so stupid. This game. Whoever thought continuous dungeons was a good idea, it's just not. It's just not. How did I survive? A little bit of luck, I'm gonna be real with you. Yep. No gear, by the way. Just Q, Q, Q. And then beeline it to the person that just killed you. Good gameplay. Good gameplay. So stupid, man. Yeah, you should not be able to join the same game that you just left or died in. It's so ridiculous. The fact that that's even a thing is just absurd. Oh, there was definitely some luck there. There was definitely some luck involved. Oh, I know. I know. Trust me, I'm aware that, like, if you die, you can re-queue and then, like, get your gear back and stuff. I know. I think the hand crossbow actually kind of came in clutch there. Might have made -1, like, falchion hit. I'm just not gonna get to loot a single time, am I? I had a feeling he was scared. Good enough. Isn't it funny that guy was running gray club plus, like, gear? Because even he knows that club is, like, you know. Even he knows. What skills am I using for fighter? Adrenaline Rush and Taunt. Right now. Taunt gives me extra PDR. Falchion actually does not beat Club, necessarily. I think it more has to do with Fighter's base PDR stats. If Fighter had less PDR, like Slayer Fighter, for example, you actually just straight lose. Honestly, Fighter Club is pretty strong, believe it or not. Yeah, this build is fun. Yeah, this build's pretty solid. I to be getting sniped, right? I feel like there's too many people for this to be a normal game. I don't know, though. I'm not sure. Definitely feels kind of weird, though. Definitely feels a little crazy, I'm gonna be honest. Weirder than usual. I don't even have time for the jump. But... out of here. Grab some bolts. No, it's fine. I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, maybe partly sniping and then partly just the room. Yeah, but the jail too. Why was the jail so poppin'? It wasn't just boss room, it was that too. The whole game, I mean, I killed 5 people. One of which was the same dumbass rogue that beelined it for me after I killed him the first time. So, I don't know. Not really sure. Yeah, for me personally, outside of the rogue being able to join the game that he just died in, that game was infinitely more exciting to me than any high roller match could ever be, just sitting there farming PvE over and over again. Like, doing a full, like, hell run and just doing PvE clearing will never be as fun as, like, that match was to me, personally. And that's just the truth. Again, outside of the rogue being able to join the same game that he just died in. That was kind of bullshit, but outside of that, it was fun. W Goblin Merchant. What a W. Look at that. It even has good rolls, too. Incredible. I can't do damage yet. Can you make PDR fighters with Club Barb? Yes, you can. I do it all the time. Yeah. PDR fighter can kill Barbs, but they can be pretty scary. Put luck on the hand crossbow? Yeah, that'll do it. That's a good idea. For sure. For sure. Yeah, for me, the most fun part of this game, absolutely, is, like, having, like, really crazy, like, PvP engagements. It's kind of always been that way, though. That's been my preference since probably the first few months of playing the game. Something in that area. I mean, that's never really changed. My preference has always been there. Why do you think I don't boss very much? I mean, I can do Cyclops and Troll pretty consistently, but honestly, it's just boring to do PvE in this game. It's boring after not too long. I'd rather kill the guy that does Troll or Cyclops for me, and then just kind of, you know, fight for it, than have to, like, sit and do, like, the same boss. I also really hate getting third-partied while bossing as well. It makes me not want to wear gear when I'm doing bossing, but obviously you want to wear gear. That's a whole different issue, though. I always prefer to just, like, PvP for it. Well, it's pretty obvious that people have different opinions, because I don't know how the hell anybody sits in, like, adventure mode and plays the game. That would bore the absolute hell out of me. Even if I was new to the game, that would bore me very quickly. I mean, speaking from someone who came from a PvP background anyway, there's no way I would have actually played adventure mode, even if I was new to the game. I mean, I did it with Dungeonborn, or not Dungeonborn, Dungeon Stalkers too. Where Dungeon Stalkers had that PvE mode, and I basically played it just long enough to like get into like the higher modes. That was pretty much it. You enjoy PvE at 1,000? It might change when you hit your 4,000th hour. It might change. Because I also didn't mind PvEing at 1,000 hours, even though I still preferred PvP. Yeah, this is a good build. Yeah, fighter with falchion plus hand crossbow is a genuinely fun build. This is it's actually one of my favorite builds to play outside of, you know, the like Barbarian club nonsense. Yeah, Legacy is not doing very well right now. If they can release an update and actually get players to come back, then, you know, I will be happy to try it again. But right now, I'm, you know, there's really not a whole lot to say on the Legacy. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah. Adventure mode is just... It doesn't take very long to get to the point in this game where adventure mode is no longer, like, enjoyable. So it's just kind of is what it is. There's no point in fighting this rogue. This is just gonna go on forever. No point. If I was playing Barb, I could probably kill him, but as a fighter, this is just gonna take an eternity. Yeah, we'll probably be fighting this guy the entire game. Fighting rogues like this is not particularly fun. Because he'll never actually fight you. But he can't kill me, but I can't kill him either. We're basically in like an infinite scenario. Oh, you know, I say that. Oh, okay. We just kill each other. I didn't think he'd actually fight me. Well, I killed him. So... Wait, if I join quick enough, can I get into the same lobby? Hold up. Maybe I can go get my gear. Hold up. I didn't think he'd actually fight. Most rogues don't actually fight you. Hold up. Can I rejoin? Well, he did die. So he lost his gear. That's really all that matters. Nah, 620 left. I can't rejoin. Oh, no. I'm surprised. Yeah, most rogues don't, like, actually do that. I'm really, really surprised that he W-keyed me. Usually, rogues that play like that will just infinitely, like, range hit you. And they'll never actually do anything. Yeah, it's not gonna work, is it? Well, definitely not when it takes 300 years to load into the game. I guess that might be. That might also not let me join the game. I don't know what the timer is. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Unlucky. That's unfortunate. Oh, rest in peace. Rip. And Cleric was fine. It's basically just playing Barbarian 2.0. I made the mistake of trying to kill a rogue with my spellbook in a doorway. I got him to like 5 HP or something, and then I died. It was my own fault. I basically trolled my kid away. And I just lost my, I lost my fighter kit to a rogue that I actually killed, so we both lost our gear. Unlucky. It's 30k for religion skin. I think I already have enough gold at this point to get my 30k. So I'm gonna just check back in a few days, like sell all my gear, and then I'll kind of just, as long as I hit my 30k, I won't actually care anymore. You know, I respect him. He probably doesn't know that shields don't work yet. He doesn't quite understand. I respect it, though. In theory, that kind of gameplay would be, you know, rewarded. But not in this timeline, at least. Not in this timeline. 30k is what you need to donate for religion status. That's all. That's what I'm waiting for. Well, doesn't it look stupid watching that guy sit there and try to block over and over again? And then every time he blocks, I just keep swinging, and then he just dies. Like, where's the reward for blocking? That's the problem. There's no reward. It's super risky, and then it doesn't do anything when it does it. When it does work. It just feels really bad. Why I don't ever block. Like, in theory, I should never be able to kill a guy that's perfectly blocking me over and over again, but the game doesn't reward blocking. It rewards mindless, like, left hook. So, it's more of a game like balance issue than, or game design issue, I guess. You should get more benefit for blocking another player. That would be really nice. I would actually do, like, shield gameplay if I did. That's one way to do it, yeah. If you just make it static, so every time you get blocked, you always have like a certain number of downtime. That 100% that could work, yeah. What if every single weapon in the game got like a 1 to 2 second stun? Or stun is in like a wait time to be able to swing again after you get blocked. I wonder if that would make like blocking feel more useful. I mean, the buckler and the heater shield also don't really counter the club either. I don't think the type of shield is relevant for that fight. I mean, the round shield does suck. I'll give you that. The round shield sucks ass. But I don't know if that means anything. Using two weapons would have to become an actual thing mechanically, otherwise a shield would become insanely meta. I mean, shouldn't a shield be rewarded with a counterattack? If I block with a shield, that should give me one hit on you. Because I took the risk of getting hit myself. I blocked you. Now I should get one free hit. You know? The fact that someone blocks my club and then I just keep on swinging just feels really, really silly. Does that make sense? Why not only use the shield? What do you mean? Because not everybody's gonna want to use shields. But there's a big movement speed penalty on those things. You know, it's hard to kill a range fighter that when you have a shield on you, because it's like minus 15 speed. Very heavy. Because right now, lanterns are basically BIS. Because instead of losing 15 speed, I gain 2 to 3 speed. That is a 18 swing difference. That's a huge swing. You know? A big difference. I mean, if someone's range cutting you with faster movement speed than you have, you can't actually catch up with them. Wait. I saw the purple light. I've never seen someone back there before, but I saw the light, so that's really funny. Oh, man. Well, there's our fighter kit we just lost. Well, most of them. Plate. That came out of nowhere. Let me tell you, if he didn't have a shield, if he had like dual wield, maybe hand crossbow, I might have actually fumbled there. It is possible. Could have happened. Luckily for me, he did not. Really glad he decided to try to block. You know, that's a good point. What is a shield fighter supposed to do against Sorcerer when most of Sorcerer's spells actually go around your shield? And Sorcerers don't have the movement speed penalty from Spellbook, so they can just kind of kite for free. What realistically is fighter supposed to do against that? I don't really know. This cleric's just dead, right? I don't think this can beat Barbarian. If that guy was using a club and not the Bardiche, I feel like he would have died. I don't know. I don't know why he's using Bardiche with 11% action speed. Probably a misplay. He almost got him, though. I'm a little impressed. Almost. Attackers get advantage in the game's client side, so it's better to be a meathead barbarian than swing than try to be a Chad and block. There is probably some truth to that, yeah. You're probably not wrong there. Kinda cool that I got a fighter kit back that I just lost. Need a chest piece, which I definitely have extra of. It's not like the best kit in the world, but it's pretty good. It's good enough. It's kind of funny. I basically play Barbarian to fund my other classes' kits. Like, I go with Barb, I take someone's kit, I throw it on the other class, I play the other class, I die, and then I go back to Barb and I continue to farm over and over again. Which is really funny. It's so funny. I'll be back in a second. That's exactly what you do. Barb is the best PvP gear farmer. It's true. No, 100% rude. It's true. You know, I enjoy playing classes other than Barb. But the truth of the matter is, no other class in the game truly feels like it competes with Barb on a level like they do. Because they don't really have any counters. That's like the big overarching issue. Like, when you play a class like Fighter, for example, technically Fighter can kill Barb. I kill Barbs on Fighter. The problem is, Fighter has counters that Barbarian simply doesn't have. You know, fighter has to deal with sorcerers. Wizards, very, very, very rarely, if they happen to be around. If they're geared, they're actually pretty scary. They have to deal with... Who else do they have to deal with? It's really the sorcerers that are, like, the biggest issue, quite honestly. But, like, the problem is sorcerer is such a bad matchup for fighter that it, like, completely makes me not, like, want to run fighter sometimes. So it's like, why would you run fighter, which is kind of similar to Barb, but it just has less counters, you know? I mean, I still stand by that I think the top three classes are Barb, Druid, and Sorcerer. And I think that's for good reason. But I think Barbarian is way easier to play than either of the other classes, even though Druid's not that hard. I mean, I played it last stream and I thought it was pretty solid. But Barb is just such free farming. It's hard to justify playing any other class in the game at the moment. You know, I don't know what needs to be done balance wise, but it definitely doesn't feel like very good right now. Well, that's pretty much it. Every class that is trying to melee a sorcerer is probably going to lose, except for Barbarian, because they have Iron Will and they have like Achilles to keep them in place and Rage for speed. It's like it's a mixture of all three of those things. Fighter trying to close the gap melee on a sorcerer is the saddest thing you'll ever see. They have so many pushbacks and spells that go through shields that the fighter has basically no chance. It's just not gonna happen. Barb isn't good in trios. Is that true? How is Barb not good in trios? Like genuinely. How is Barb bad? Because you can just build for PDR, right? Like how? I don't really understand it. I don't see how that's possible. What is the current meta for trio that makes Barb bad? High gear trio ranger and heater shields. But you need a front line. Why not run like Barbarian, Ranger, maybe Barbarian, Ranger, and Sorcerer? Wizard? Maybe Wizard, actually, over Sorcerer for trio. Like, if you're geared. And then the Wizard can haste and vis your Barb in, and then you have Ranger to, like, deal damage. Wouldn't that be, like, the ideal? Barb also loses hard to Smite DP Cleric. I mean, so does Fighter. Fighter also loses to that, unless they're running Breakthrough. Because you can't block a club, not reliably. So if the Cleric pops Smite, and then you just hit their legs, oh, they actually just die anyway. If you're playing Barb and you bait out their 6-second DP, they suddenly actually don't kill you. Like, you're fine. Also, Smite DP Cleric gets completely dumpstered by Sorcerer, Wizard, and Ranger. Especially if you're in a team and you have two people to shoot at them. Because they have no means to get, like, they have no means to gap close. They're just gonna fly around because they don't have Iron Will. Well, I agree with you there, Zell. Cleric, the problem is, even though Cleric in theory can be strong, you have one chance to kill somebody, and that's your 45-second cooldown DP skill. And if you use that skill and it's gone, you basically are useless for 45 seconds. It's not great. But yeah, if the enemy team has a sorcerer, your smite DP is never doing anything because they'll just knock you away during your cooldowns. Never gonna do anything. Yeah, Cleric has to build for somewhat fast movement speed because you're right. If you have slow speed as a cleric, and then you waste your skill and they just kite you for 6 seconds, they're gonna come in and kill you. I did it to the cleric earlier in stream. He popped his smite DP. He had like 280 speed. I ran back at him before his DP came back. He had smite up, and I still out DPS'd him. Because Barb beats cleric, even with high PDR. As long as they don't have DP up, you're good. That's like the big difference. So, I don't know. It feels a little silly, but it's true. Uh, DP is divine protection. So it's this skill here. Gives you 30% physical damage reduction for 6 seconds. So what you do on cleric is you build 35% PDR, and then you pop this skill, and you're at max cap PDR, better than fighter, generally speaking, for 6 seconds. So it basically allows you a 6-second window to stat check another player in melee with smite, which also slows them down with faithfulness so they can't run. So in theory, you can do smite DP cleric with enough movement speed and generally speaking kill most players. But it's a very one-trick pony kind of build where if you use DP and it doesn't work, you're useless for 45 seconds. If the enemy player is anything with range, you're screwed. You know, ranger with knockback, you'll never melee them. Sorcerer will just infinitely knock you back too. Like if they have any kind of real range, or if it's wizard where they don't care about your PDR, it's really only good against like fighters and barbs. Because even Cutthroat Rogue actually counters Divine Protection, because Cutthroat will retroactively disable DP if you use it, and then the Rogue Cutthroats you. So it's very, very niche, but it's really good at what it does, if that makes sense. That's also true. Perseverance reducing all damage by 2, and then wearing like a high HP or a high resistance helmet is also very good for cleric. It's a little bit of all of that. It just makes it very strong. Well, that's also true. In theory, I think the way Rogue wants to play is kiting with throwing knives. Yeah, I think you're right on that. I don't think I have ever fought a ranger in solos a singular time that used the buff taking skill. No, you won't usually see rangers doing that for the most part. It is pretty rare. I think I might go ahead and set up for this other game here, fellas. I think Swordai is supposed to open soon, and I might actually be able to load up the game now. So I might see if it's up. I think I might be done with Dab for now. I gotta set up my stream stuff too to like change the titles and stuff. Right, let me see it. Let me see if it's working first. I'll be right back. You can't get the build to work. What build are you talking about that you can't get to work? Club Barbarian? I say this in the nicest way possible. if you can't get Club Barb to work, it's yeah, it's definitely a you know, yeah, it's you just got to get better at the game. I don't know. I don't want to be like mean, but yeah, it just takes practice, man. It just takes practice. I promise you, it's a good build. I promise. I absolutely promise you. Would not lie. I mean, you see me use it all the time, so you know it's good. Alright, I'm gonna set up the. Let me change the stream title and stuff real quick so we can play this game. Doing good. I'm about to try out Swordai again because they're doing a new beta. It starts in 10 minutes, but I guess I got in early, so yeah, it'll be up very soon. Hey, Dancing DJ. Yeah, I enjoyed Swordai a lot the last time I played it. So I hope it's I hope it feels good. I hope they've improved it a little bit since then. Yeah, I think the title should all be changed, right? Just double checking here. I believe we should be good though. Yeah, yeah, we should be good. Also, hi Portugad, welcome, welcome. You have 400 hours in Swordai. I'm sorry, not Swordai. In sorry, I was in this new game. So 400 hours in like with Club Barbarian or with like the game in general. Well, I can tell you 400 hours actually isn't that much, all things considered, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. You'll get the hang of it eventually. You will get the hang of it eventually, I promise. I've heard they've added some stuff to this game. I've heard they expanded the ice cave area. I haven't played this in a freaking hot minute though. Gonna have to like remember how to play. I honestly do not remember. Sorry, just give me a sec. Trying to mess with my volume too. Let me know if the volume sounds okay on your end as well. Alright, E is kick. I don't remember now. A little bit. I'm probably gonna struggle at first. I haven't played this in so long. But yeah, can't you set your color too? I don't remember how to do it. I think he added a way to set your team, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Figure it out later. Doesn't matter right now. Alright, so I haven't checked out the patch notes for this. I think the new stuff is in Ice Cave specifically. So if I can get to, if I'm still good enough to get to the down portal, I want to test out and see what they've actually changed. I did not watch Ryan's video, but I've heard some people talk about it. I hope people realize that anybody trying to make a game for the first time it's gonna take years. Like 3 years plus. Especially for a PvP kind of game. I mean, there is a serious amount of time that it's gonna take for anything to see like the real light of day. I hope people, you know, understand that. I haven't watched it yet, but I mean, if he's in the idea phase, it's gonna take a long time for that to see anything. Open, I think it's an open beta. You just have to apply on Steam. I think it opens in like 4 minutes. If you haven't played previous betas, you should have access pretty soon, as far as I'm aware. I think it's open, to my understanding. Yeah, I think as long as you sign up, you should be like chilling. I wonder if he made the AI easier. Or if I just got a little bit better than the last time I played, but I don't think I'm doing anything special. Because I remember getting my ass handed to me the first time I played this game, but I think I've improved a little bit at least. God, you guys have no idea how excited I am for, the frickin' 15th to come around. I've actually considered just taking, like, a short, like, break from, like a short, I guess what would be, like, 2 weeks. Just do something else entirely for 2 weeks while I wait for, Miss Wall to come out, because I kind of just don't really feel like playing Dark and Darker very much. But I want to get the religion skin done, which is the main reason I've still been playing it. But I've like 100% have been considering just like taking a break while I wait, because I'm pretty like, I don't know, I'm just pretty like checked out of that game. Very, like, I'm planning to play this. I'm planning to play the hell out on this Soul Hunter when it does release. I'm so excited for it, man. I hope it is good. Hope it is not disappointing. I enjoy this game because the AI actually feels, like, challenging. I feel like there's a lot more thought involved on mobs in this game than there are in Dark. That's one of the reasons I like it, you know. It actually, honestly, even if there is no, well, there is PvP, but even if, like, I don't see any players, like, I still actually have fun playing this because the AI is, I don't know, the mechanics feel more interesting than just, like, W key gameplay. It's nice. Hard to say if a game like this can ever really, like, pop off, though. Because I don't know if the general base that plays games like this would want a game as hard as Swordai. Because the AI, it's like the gameplay is going to be way, way harder than what I think most people are going to be, you know, willing to play. So it might actually end up hurting the game in the long run, that it's not, like, as brain-dead easy as like, bad, like, Melee is. It's a lot more effort, because it's like, you know, you have the whole directional system, you have feints, you know, you have, like, the rock, paper, scissors where you can kick blocks. It's a lot. And also, the AI gets insanely hard. It's really, really hard later on, which is fun. I usually get my ass handed to me, though. I'm not good enough to do, like, the actual hard AI in this game. I'm not good enough for that. I get my ass handed to me. Oh my god, there's a player here. Wait, okay. I guess we can do it together. I'm actually pretty low. Why is he messing with me? Is he a god? Why can't I hit him? Come here. Dude, that guy must be, this guy must be someone who's been playing for a while. There's no way he's new. I can't even hit him. I know. Zell, I don't think the extraction community is quite ready for, like, legitimate combat mechanics. To be honest. Like, unfortunately, I think it's gonna be really hard for this developer to actually, you know... I think it's gonna be very hard for the dev to get, like, a player base. Just... you know. So, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty tough. I might, oh my god, I'm gonna... Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Well, I killed him at least. Next test of Vault Breakers? No, because if it's in 10 days, it means it's, well, if it's on the 15th, the answer is definitely no, because I'm playing Mistfall Hunter, not Vault Breakers. Vault Breakers is also, like, kind of dead from what I've seen. If they get, like, some population, I'll consider it, but their playtests have been kind of meh for me. It's not, like, bad, but I don't know, just the playtests have had, like, 80 players, usually. It's not quite enough to, like, warrant anything. I can't really be excited for a game that, like, doesn't, you know, if it wasn't a PvP game, I wouldn't be so, like, stingy on player counts, but you kind of have to be, you know, when it's a PvP focused game. If it doesn't have players, then what's the point of playing it, you know? Like, when Mistfall released, it had 10,000 players in the beta, you know? So it's not like it's not like it's all extraction games that have no players. It's actually just wall breakers, you know. So kind of is what it is. Yeah, legitimately, I think this game is probably going to be. I think this game is going to be genuinely extremely hard for like the average player to play. You know, it's hard to say if this game will end up doing well or not. Even though I kind of enjoy the like more complicated gameplay, it's really really hard to imagine a game with harder mechanics like picking off, you know? Yeah, you know, I'm with you, Burst. I'm with you. That it's I feel like a dick whenever I say, "Oh, that game doesn't have enough players. I can't play it." But you know, if like an extraction game, it needs a player base, you know? Like sure, I can play it for a day or two, but you know, it's the player count absolutely is going to matter, you know, when you're looking at a strictly PvP focused game. Oh, it's November 13th? Well, that means it's not for a month. And that means, yeah, that means it's not for a while. Alright, well, oops. Slightly off on that. Forgot I have a dash back. I should have been using that earlier. Oh, God. You've been MIA from games for the past year because of work. What is Mistfall? Mistfall Hunter is the Souls-like extraction game that I played on my channel about... Was it 4 months ago? Something like that? Yeah, if you go to my live VODs, Warlord, and you search Mistfall Hunter, you'll see quite a bit of gameplay. My videos, too. If that interests you. But yeah, it's like a Souls gameplay, like, extraction. It's fun. I enjoyed it a lot. It's really the game I've been waiting for. Like so much so that I've been considering just kind of taking a little break from streaming while I wait for these games to come out. Because honestly, I don't know. I haven't really been feeling like playing that much. It gets boring after a while. I've just played the game too much. Need something new to play. So what I'm hoping right now in terms of my schedule is Mistfall releases in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. And then that beta will go for a week or two. Then I'll get to try Dark and Darker's water map, so that'll be something new to do. And then Midnight Walker's playtest should release. So I should be like relatively good in terms of, you know, my schedule. But for the time being, I don't really have a whole lot. There's not a whole lot for me to really like stream for extraction stuff. Because yeah, it really just does get boring just playing like that over and over again. I need something new. Yeah, I know a lot of people are looking forward to Arc Raiders. Yeah, I know. If Arc Raiders was out right now, I would 100% be playing it. There is not a doubt in my mind that I would not be playing Arc Raiders if it was released. Like, it would have been such a good time period for Arc Raiders too, which is unfortunate considering it's gonna release like right around the same time as like the other games I'm looking forward to. So I'm really not gonna get a chance to like play it a whole lot, I imagine. Definitely not. Arc Raiders is not gonna just kill all the other extractions. That's a little bit ridiculous to say. Especially since Arc Raiders has already talked about some very questionable things. Such as not wiping their game. Which, in my opinion, is basically a death sentence for a game for me. I've already played extraction games that didn't wipe, and they're very boring. Because they, you know, you don't really have much purpose to play after, like, after you kind of, like, done everything. So, like, if they decide not to wipe, I don't really see how they're going to compete with, like, Tarkov that has wipes. Hard to imagine. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't put your eggs in one basket quite yet. I would, I mean, also, if Arc Raiders released at the same time like Midnight Walkers did, I would definitely play Midnight Walkers. You know, honestly, seeing game mechanics like this, where you have real combat mechanics that are not just left click and W key, it's kind of nice. That's honestly the only reason I even play this game, is because the combat feels challenging even against AI, you know? Yeah, it's funny, I wonder if people think that I don't play HR in Dad because the AI is, like, too hard or something. I actually like when the AI is hard. You know? It just... There's a difference between being hard and annoying, and I don't really... Or, like, just boring. And I think Dad's AI is just boring. You know? I like being... I don't know. I feel like I like having some kind of thought process that isn't just... Like, hit, back away, hit, back away. And that's basically 95% of Dad's PvE. Or hit, block, over and over. It's kind of nice to just have, like, different, like, stuff to do. Oh, I already said that earlier, Obsidian. Yeah, a game like this, it's very unlikely it will ever have a serious player base, because I don't think there are enough players in this niche that are willing to have gameplay that's as hard as this game is. I agree with you. Which is unfortunate, because I think the gameplay is actually more enjoyable than Dad's gameplay. Yeah. I wonder how many people truly think that Dad's HR is actually hard. Because... Yeah, I feel like it's... I really feel like it's more about just understanding how to basically cheese the mobs than anything else. Like, you know how many times I've killed, like, elite mobs, and I just, like, stand on a little, like, pillar, and then I kill them for free? It's, you know, it's, like, stuff like that just feels so stupid. And that's what everybody does. Like, I'm not gonna play a PvP game and not cheese mobs, because if everyone else is doing it, I'm gonna do it too, you know? Kinda just how PvE games go. HR is hard when you have under 1,000 hours. Wouldn't you argue that HR mobs aren't necessarily hard? It's more just learning how to properly, like, cheese them out. I mean, like, realistically, most mobs are, you know, hit back up over and over again, right? For the most part. Like, you have some other mobs with slightly more mechanics. I don't know. I just don't feel like HR is really that hard. At least not hard in the sense that, like, this game is able to show. I think Dad's problem is the onboarding of people to invest in the combat. I don't think Dad's combat is that hard, though. I mean, like, there's a learning curve at first, but all things considered, I mean, most of Dad's gameplay is just mouse W1. I mean, it's not. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm downplaying the difficulty of Dark and Darker or something, but I really don't feel like it's that hard. Like, mechanics wise, I think basically anybody can play Barbarian after playing it for, like, it might take a little bit more time depending on what you're doing, but after, like, a certain amount of time of, like, really sitting down to play, I don't know. I just don't really feel like it's that challenging. Alright, that's fine. I was already low HP anyway. I didn't really think I was gonna do that. Do you really think the average gamer can't play Barbarian in Dark and Darker? Like, on average, do you truly think that most people are not able to at least play Barb in a somewhat decent fashion? Maybe it's just because I've played so much Dark and Darker that it feels second nature to me at this point. So maybe that is, like, clouding my judgment, so to speak. But it really doesn't feel like it's that hard. I mean, obviously, you can be better than other barbarians. And, like, there is a skill curve, you know? I'm not saying that there is not a curve at all, you know? But I feel like most people can, at least to some degree, like, play it, you know? And this comment isn't also to be mean at anybody. This comment's also not to be mean at anybody who, yeah, not to be mean to anyone who, like, struggles with Dark and Darker. That's not really what my intention is either. But I think with enough practice, basically anybody can sit down and play Dark and Darker to, like, some reasonable level. I don't know. Well, that's new. You can buy a token to send you to the second area. Actually, interesting. I did not realize that you could do that. How long has this playtest been out? 20 minutes. It just released recently. I don't expect this playtest to be very massive or anything. I mean, heck, I think last playtest was like 100 players, so I'm not expecting too much. I'm just playing it for fun. I could agree with that. I think most of Dark and Darker's skill really does come in the amount of time that you've played the game and understanding like what you're doing, not like the twitch reflexes that other games would require. That does that make sense? You know, you don't need to be like the next level Twitch FPS shooter. You don't have to be like cracked at the game or at, you know, reaction speed for to like to play Dark and Darker. You know, anybody can play Dad. I think it's more along the lines of taking enough time to get used to the combat mechanics and then just kind of learning how to play the game as a whole. And then at a certain point, it kind of just clicks together. And then like you can just kind of play like at your own leisure, you know? Yeah. It's mostly just spacing, dodging, and decision making. Yeah, it's not really reaction speed or anything like that. Never understood the PvE hate. Wait, what do you mean? Do you mean do you mean saying that Dark and Darker's PvE is too hard? Because I never said that, unless I'm misunderstanding or in like different, you know, thoughts here. Could you explain what you mean a little bit? Disagree with reaction speed? Okay, I'll ask it this way then, Honda Man. What reaction speed does a club barbarian need to hold W and mouse 1? What realistic reaction speed do you need to compete with that? Because I honestly don't have an answer for that. And I guess you could say, well, other classes require more reaction speed. But in which I would say, does that even matter when Barb is arguably the strongest class in Dad? So the strongest class in Dad doesn't require, like, pretty much any effort at all. I don't really know. Well, sure. If you've never fought the Nightmare Skeleton in your life, yes, of course you're going to struggle fighting him. I think that goes without saying. But that's more of a game knowledge curve than a reaction speed curve. Too many. It's actually kind of hard to fight two at once. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, I will just tell you straight up, I think this game is going to be too difficult for the average gamer. Especially considering the average gamer already can't play extraction games to begin with. I mean, if you just look at the amount of people that complain about PvP and extraction games alone, and then to think that those players could even fight PvE that is this challenging because they already feel like they can't fight dad PvE, I just don't see how it's ever gonna happen. Like, the average player just is not to the point that I think they can, like, play with combat that's this, like, in-depth. Especially in an extraction game where you lose your gear. If it does, I will be very, very pleasantly surprised. Did I activate this already? I know, even for extraction players, this game might be too sweaty. Yeah. But yes, exactly. That's the entire point I'm trying to make. Okay, I think so. What's really gonna happen is you're gonna have a subset of players. Players that like extraction games and players that like games like Mordhau. Oh my god, he does all that? Oh. Okay. Let's calm down, please. Can you not be so cracked? Uh-oh. I'm about to die to the... Uh-oh. He is... Oh my god, he's kicking my ass. Uh-oh. 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 Getting my ass kicked. Alright, well, speaking of hard mobs... Okay. Alrighty, then. I have a spawn point nearby. That's okay. But, god damn it. But yes, the extraction Andes, so you call it, I think are going to have a hard time playing games like this. Because I don't think it's... I don't know, man. I have a really hard time imagining that people are going to be able to get into a game that has mechanics that are this in-depth. It's very hard to believe, you know? Which honestly is kind of unfortunate because it's kind of fun to have, you know... Oh. You really thought I was gonna let you run after that? Yeah, right. Yeah, freaking right, buddy. Like I'm gonna let you run away from that. Silly guy. So you can gain more moves and attacks as you progress through dungeon? Yes, there's an entire character, like, perk/skill list that you can select from that you unlock as you play. I've barely explored anything in terms of like the different types of like stuff you can grab. You get more time by killing AI and from looting chests. Oh no. Oh boy. I did too much work to die to mobs. Does killing players give time? It doesn't, but I think it should. I made that suggestion to the dev the last playtest, but I'm not sure if that's something he plans to do or not. Get access? Yeah, you should get access pretty easily. Just if you just go to Steam and like request it, you should get it. That guy kind of took a lot of my time away. Do I even have time to do this? I guess I'll try. 2.5 minutes, maybe that'll be enough. These guys are pretty easy when they don't block. Well, those are. Oh, did the dev say he's gonna add it? Is that true? Okay. Doing it wrong? I am doing it wrong. Not sure if you're gonna buy our creators or not, but you're gonna watch the shit out of it. Oh wait, you do get time for killing it. I think that was a player, and I think when you loot the crystal, the player drops. You get 30 seconds of time. So you do actually get a little bit of time when you kill a player, although 30 seconds is not a lot. But I guess you do get something. It looks like. Yeah, Ark is one of those games that, as long as I'm not busy playing something else, I'll probably consider it. But it's gonna completely depend on what I'm doing at the time and what games are currently out. I have a hard time foreseeing myself playing, like, Ark Raiders over Midnight Walkers. It seems very... Unless Midnight Walkers releases and just flops, very, very hard for me to imagine not playing that game, you know? No matter how good Arc Raiders is or isn't, you know, my game preference is still 100% going to be, you know, non-FPS extractions. So, with that in mind, it's hard for me to imagine. Oh my god, you... That's a lot of damage. I mean, Tarkov has a good player base. I don't think... Does Tarkov share their player numbers? Or do they keep them hidden? Because they're not on Steam, so I'm not sure how that, like, really works. If Missile Hunter is if Missile Hunter flops, that would be the saddest thing in the world. That would actually be so sad. Well, I don't know if this playtest will have a big population or not. I mean, truth be told, I have no idea. It's very possible that this playtest will actually be just as dead as the last one. You know, I don't think there's any real, like, big coverage for this game. And again, it all comes down to what I said earlier, which is it's going to be very hard for an extraction game to get players to want to play because the mechanics might be too hard for an extraction, which is kind of unfortunate because I'm kind of, like, tired of, like, the same old, like, brain dead, you know, PvE mobs, but I just don't know if a game like this can be popular, which is unfortunate. Can I cheese this guy from here? Wait, that's actually super funny. I can, I think. I'll take it. You don't have a lot of spaces where you can free kill like that. That might be one of the only spaces I've ever seen, so. No complaints here. Fine with me. You asked me the other day about you were just finishing up streaming. You don't want to bore me. Have I tried Stone Shard? No, I've never played Stone Shard. Honestly, Sword, for the most part, I'm not really looking for single-player games to play for stream. I'm looking for multiplayer games. That's just what I enjoy playing. There's a few exceptions that I'll make if they're, like, new upcoming games, but for the most part, I'm looking for multiplayer ones. I just find them more fun. It's possible I'd like it. It's definitely possible. I mean, if I had nothing else to play, I guess I'd consider it, but I really do prefer multiplayer for the most part. I have no doubt. Yeah, I have no doubt the game is probably good. The cheese doesn't work. Let's try it. Alright, buddy, calm down. Alright, we killed the boss. Hey, Diamond Trooper, what's up, man? Good to see you. Alright, I want to see what they've done to Ice Cave, so we're gonna go down floor. I've heard they've added some stuff to it. I don't exactly remember what has been changed. I've noticed some slight differences in, like, AI usage. Like, that AI using a skill, I don't know if I've ever seen AI do that before. Definitely some stuff was a little different. Yeah, I've heard that the ice map has gotten some, like, pretty big overhaul. Oh. Okay, sure. What extraction games are you looking forward to the most? Out of all the ones that are kind of up and coming? Mistfall? That doesn't surprise me. Hunger? Hunger looks really good. I am so excited to play Hunger too. I'm 100%. I'm so ready. I want an open beta for Hunger so bad. I want to play that game so much, man. I cannot wait till they release something for that. You know they got like Hunger? Why? Have you played it? Because I've heard nothing but good things about it from people that played like the betas. I don't think I've heard a single bad thing about the game yet. I mean, I've heard Hunger is more focused on melee combat than guns. So, I mean, I've been told from people that played the playtest that it was, you know, more focused on the melee combat mechanics than anything else. So they felt at least. I mean, from what I've heard, there are some genuinely pretty decent, like, melee mechanics in Hunger. So, you know, if all that's true, then, I mean, that's pretty cool. Well, Mistfall Hunter is what I'm really looking forward to the most. I can't wait for Mistfall. I'm gonna be only playing Mistfall on my channel when that releases. At least until the play... Yeah, they're gonna have to kick me off that game. They want me to stop playing it. So. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing that I think is going to make Mistfall Hunter actually successful, is that they have mechanics that are in-depth, but not so in-depth that I think it'll isolate other players. That, you know, that's kind of how I'm feeling, at least. What in the world is this? What is that blue? I don't know what blue means. Lock? Oh. Oh. Alright, well. I don't know anything. Oh, wait, you gotta read. Oh my god, what is this? Alright, this seems like... Okay. I don't know about this one, Chief. I don't even know what I'm doing there. I guess it's supposed to be a puzzle, but I don't know how to do that. Oh yeah, I saw Sears get a melee weapon now, which is gonna be insane. This whole lives or dies based on advertising. I mean, Mistfall Hunter already has trailers going from the Xbox official YouTube channel. So really, I would actually argue that if Mistfall fails, it is not because of advertisement, it's because the game just failed. So, at the very least, Mistfall will get as much of a chance as any other game would. You know, like, basically it's gonna be... That's pretty much it. Oh my god, yeah, it's gonna be... It either lives, because the game is good, or people don't like the game and it dies off, even though everybody knew about it. Kind of deal. Xbox is only one thing. Yeah. But the fact that the game isn't even out yet and they're already getting Xbox trailers, that is obviously some pretty big advertisement. I think that goes without saying. I mean, they had 10,000 players on beta. I think Mistfall right now has the highest chance of becoming what Dungeonborn couldn't do because they didn't have the right team behind them. Or the right company supporting them. I wouldn't know if I'd quite call this Dungeonborn 2.0. This is more like Mordhau or Shiv meets Extraction game. Something like that. Skypiercer is garbage. I hope Skypiercer just is removed from the game. That shit is AIDS. It needs to be ripped away before it ruins that game. Yeah, that was some OP ass stuff, man. Every build I used had Skypiercer. It was so stupid. Way too strong. Is there any console players that like Extraction? Actually, Vigor was pretty massive at the time on console, but Vigor died because the devs sucked really bad. It's, you know, this just sure does seem to be a common theme, doesn't it? This game is pretty good, and then the developers just are terrible, and then it dies because it gets terrible. It just... I don't know, man. It sure seems like a common trend. Can we just get some good developers, please? In this Extraction genre? Can we stop getting these, like, terrible devs or companies behind the developers that, like, don't know what they're doing? For the love of God, please. Like, I feel like we're in a cursed genre, and we're just doomed to just... It's crazy, man. We're just doomed. Bro, Vigor was such a good Extraction game, and the devs ruined it so bad. Did you see how bad the monetization got in Vigor? It was so egregious. It was such a kick in the face. The game got so freaking greedy, it's insane. Not to mention, the updates they started to do were just really bad as well. Yeah, just balance. Not even just monetization, but, like, balance and stuff, too. It was just so freaking bad, man. Yeah, Antern, I kind of figured. I thought that pad stuff was new. I don't think Dark and Darker will ever reach 40,000, or no, I guess it was 50k. Yeah, I don't think they will ever reach 50k players like they did at launch again. If they do, I would be extremely impressed and surprised. You wish they hit the mark on map diversity and feeling you don't want to see another ice caverns design? Sorry. Let me just clarify. You mean, like the ice caves and Frost Mountain in Dark and Darker, like both of them? Because I don't like ice caves either in Dad. I can't stand ice caves. I hope the water map does not, like, at all go in line with what that map's design is. I will say, I think mobs are dropping flasks more often than they used to. So, that's at least a W, because I've been able to heal more often than I used to be able to. Which is really nice for exploring. I still kind of wish the healing was a little bit more, but right now it's kind of I would say the healing in this game is actually like pretty hardcore in terms of like what people are used to in games like that. Because like healing, like taking damage feels very permanent in this game. Like healing really is not easy to come by for the most part. This place is so different than it was last time. It almost feels weird like traversing because I don't know at all where I'm going anymore. This is very confusing. Where there's no fall damage? Yes. I think I remember there being no fall damage. I did kind of forget about it, but yeah, now that you mention it, I think I did know that. But you know, it's really weird. Like, I saw some people, like, celebrating that Dark and Darker's player base was rising. But then if you look at the full picture of Dark and Darker's population, you actually realize that, like, the pop is barely moved. And it's actually down significantly, even just from a few months ago. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's very, very funny to see. People are, like, celebrating, like, a very small uptick in, like, players. You know what it reminds me of? It's like if you, like, buy a stock, and it goes up by, like, a very, very small amount after you lost, like, a bunch of money, and then you start, like, celebrating that you made, like, $5, even though you just lost $500. That's exactly what it makes me think of. Very funny. I don't think we're quite at the point that we should be celebrating, like, you know, the dad's player count. We're still kind of down bad at the moment, I would say. I mean, realistically, if you buy a stock for $500 and then it drops down to $50, and then the next day it goes from $50 to $55, are you excited that you made $5 back of the 450 or 445 you lost? Realistically, probably not. Which is basically the same difference of being excited of watching a game pop go from 50k to 3k and then up to 5k. You know, we've basically recovered, like, a fraction, you know? You know. Whoa. What the? Oh my god. Oh my. Oh shit. Could this AI please swap? Why is the AI only on me? What is this? Go to him! Why are you on me? Go to the other guy! What is this AI? Well, that's gotta be fixed. That's actually ridiculous. Why is the AI only chasing me? This is absurd. What is this? This is so silly. I mean, like, what is this AI? It's actually really, really stupid. They got it. Like, he has to fix that. Why is it W keying me while he's right next to him the entire time? That was so stupid. What? That was like dark and darker shit if I've ever seen it. That was really bad. They got it. They have to fix that. They gotta fix that, man. That is absurd. I should not be getting chased down like that. That is crazy. You should never have AI like beelining it towards you like that when there's another player right next to them. That is just bad like design. Like that has to be fixed. There's no reason I should be getting W keyed by that mob the entire game. Like that's just ridiculous. What am I supposed to do there? It's like, oh, well, I guess I have a mob on me, so I lose. Like, come on. Like, there's no way that's gotta be intended, right? Surely. I guess I can't go down there. AI should always swap targets if there's multiple people near it. That should always be how that works. It should never be aggroed only by who attacked it first. It should always swap based on people that are nearby. There's no reason that should ever really like be happening. Where am I going? Like, is this a dead end? I don't really know. I'm really confused. Well, the problem is I literally cannot fight a guy when I have an AI on me. There was nothing I could really do there. I was just guaranteed dead, which is really frustrating. I mean, I had 2 AI on me that entire fight, and I killed 1. So, like, I can't sit there and fight the AI and him. That's ridiculous. But, like, I couldn't run because the AI is sprinting towards me the entire fight. So. I was waiting for it to swap, and it just never did, which is the problem. I kind of was under the assumption that the AI would, like, swap at some point, and it just never did. Yeah, no, Midnight Walker's AI is... I think, actually, Midnight Walker's AI is better. Yeah, because, like, I'm pretty sure when you were around zombies, they would flip, right? Like, if 2 people walk to a zombie and 1 hits the zombie, I think the zombies will actually swap. I don't think it's only based on who hits it. So the AI actually makes, like, more sense. I mean, that's what it should be. You know, you should never hit a mob and then lose because the mob aggro won't swap. That should never be a thing. It's part of what makes HR and Dark so bad. So, like, so boring. You know, you're fighting like a, I don't know, like a high roller, like Goblin Mage or something. You hit it once and then someone W keys you, and now you're getting, like, lasered by a machine gun. Meanwhile, this other guy can risk-free run at you because it will never target him because you already got hit, you know? Stuff like that is, should definitely be considered. I mean, what possible reason could you have to not require, like, to not have the mob swap? What is the benefit? I mean, regardless, it's still a problem that the AI never swapped. There's no reason the AI shouldn't have swapped in that fight. Like, that's just crazy. You can't have AI follow you like that. Especially when he's running side by side with the AI. Like, it's gotta have some kind of swapping aggro, right? There's gotta be something there, man. I mean, I like the game mechanics, like, combat-wise, but that's just too much. Way to fix mob dumping? You can do that pretty easily. Just add gates in between certain areas where players are spawning, and have the gates take a long time to open and close. Kind of like Mistfall Hunter does. But that's exactly what Mistfall Hunter does. They, like, keep you from spawn rushing. As long as you get rid of those stupid keys people are using, W key players. It's not a hard thing at all. Just don't make the doors, like, dark and darker, where people use them to, like... I really don't think that is, like, a hard thing to fix. I mean, he already has some gates. I've seen. We saw one earlier that got added, where you have to, like, open up the, like, area. And, you know, it doesn't have to be only gates, too. It can also be elevation. Like, for example, you have, like, a higher floor, and then you jump down, and then the mobs, like, won't, like, follow you from there. There's already some instances of that, too, right? So you can definitely create artificial ways to stop mobs from, like, being able to be dumped on other players. All I know is it feels really bad to be fighting an AI, and then watching the AI W key you, while the other player just risk-free runs right next to it with no, like, there's no fear of him aggroing anything, which is not gonna make for, like, very fun, you know. It's gonna make fights feel more like who aggroes something first, which is definitely not gonna feel, like, great. It's so low, too. I have no idea why Dark and Darker interaction speed never got changed. I genuinely have no idea. Well, no, I do. It's because SDF doesn't know what he's doing. But outside of SDF being off his rocker, I genuinely don't know why that would never be touched. I couldn't tell you. It should have been. It should have been touched a long time ago. Well, if you're trying to fix aggro dumping, you don't want doors to open fast either. You don't want people to be able to go through areas super fast because you want them to have to clear the mobs first. You know? So if your intention is to try to fix the mob dumping problem, but also not have mobs aggro you to infinity, that is probably the best way to do it, I would say. previous playtest, mobs would not swap aggro unless reset. So if you were, for example, in a boss room and someone came in, it was just GG as the boss would only fight you. Me, it has not been touched yet. If you go back like 10 minutes, like on like the YouTube VOD or on YouTube, and you look at the fight that I just had, there was a mob that chased me for probably 2 minutes and never a single time de-aggroed against the other guy. So I had to fight 2 mobs, both of which were not de-aggroing me, which made it like basically impossible to fight. So I think the aggro is still not quite there yet, unfortunately. Yeah, that issue is still present. Because I thought that it was gonna swap, and it just never did. I could not even imagine trying to boss and having some guy run in like that. That actually sounds even worse. That sounds so bad. Now, apparently, if the other person hits the mob, then it can swap, but all they have to do is just not hit the mob, which I don't think is that hard to do, probably. Another thing, I wish the quest thing would stop popping up automatically. Like, if I press L to, like, make it go away, I don't want it to, like, re-pop on my screen every time I, like, enter or leave. Because it's kind of an awkward button to close it. Minor great, but, you know. Would probably be nice. Like, I already know what my objective is, so it doesn't need to, like, keep coming up. Kind of deal. I don't know if I remember what the clocks were. I don't remember anymore. I think it was down, right, left. I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember. Too many different inputs. Yeah, so right now the AI, from my understanding, will alternate attackers, but it doesn't stop somebody from getting W keyed. That has attacked first when the other guy doesn't ever attack you. That kind of deal. So yeah, if you're fighting a boss in the current state of like AI aggro, I believe the boss will never attack the enemy player, which is going to be really unfortunate for, you know, people that are trying to like boss at a certain point. I mean, realistically speaking, what reason is there to not have it ever swap? I can't think of a single downside to not making AI permanently aggro one person. Not really. Oh, he does plan to default the quest to minimize? Okay, that's good then. Alright, so I guess he's already aware of it. Good to hear. By the way, this is what I'm talking about. So now I can fight this guy, and he will always have to fight this guy. He doesn't have a choice. Unless I attack the AI, this guy just dies for free. Like, how fun is that for that guy? Because the AI won't ever swap to me. That's like a great example right there of, you know, I can't think of a better example than showing it to you from my perspective of killing him. He can't reasonably kill this guard and me. Unless he's like a god. I guess unless he's really good at the game, but realistically, he's just gonna die there for free. You know, can't really do anything because he has that mob that won't like ever swap. It's funny, it's so strong to have somebody else aggro AI first, that if you see someone, you should probably wait for them to aggro something and then attack them. Kind of like I did. I was gonna fight him, and then I saw him opening the gate with the AI there. So I figured it'd be easier just to, like, have him aggro it first. Reminds you of when you face a whole lobby of RMTers and Dad, one of them sees you and they all swarm. You just doing overhead attacks so they don't kill each other. Well, that's what you would do against the AI. You would just use only attacks that affect, like, you know, ones that aren't gonna hit the AI at all. And then that person is just screwed. Because now they're trying to fight an AI that, quite honestly, they're pretty strong. Especially later on. And then you're also trying to fight a player, like, it's just a lot. Yeah, I know the RMTing in Dad was pretty bad, especially on OCE servers. Yeah, they were pretty terrible. You know what's honestly sad? How fast Dungeon Stalkers died. I knew the game wasn't probably gonna last very long, but dude, that game died in like 3 days. 4 days, maybe. It is... That game did not last very long. I don't know if the devs have pulled support yet, but I don't know if I can foresee them doing a lot of support considering they're like sub 1,000. I think they're down to like 600 players or something, and it's only been what, like a week or two. It is not looking good for them, unfortunately. Oh god. You know what? Respect for actually killing the mob first. You know what? Even if I die here, I wouldn't even feel bad. Genuine respect for killing the AI and not... GG, sir. That was honor. Serious honor and respect for not abusing the AI. I respect it, man. Honestly, this game's PvP is really fun when it's not being, like, interrupted by the AI. I enjoy it quite a lot. It really does kind of remind me of, like, I guess For Honor or Shiv. Like a mixture. I played more For Honor than Shiv. I didn't play a lot of Shiv, but I know people have said it kind of reminds them of it, so... Seems to be, like, the obvious comparison. Seems enjoyable, though. A lot of like, decision-making. I imagine at, like, the higher level. Wait, what? Was it a For Honor? Well, that's what I would get. That's the comparison I would make personally as someone who played For Honor. It does remind me of that a decent bit. If this game had a consistent 1,000+ players, it would genuinely be really fun. Because the lobbies would be so full because of the way the game is designed. It would be genuinely, like, really fun. I also forgot you can block while charging. Completely forgot that that's a thing. Actually might have made a big difference in some of these fights I've had. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a shame. This is like one of those games, just like, well, Ball Breakers, I guess, where the lack of players is going to hinder the experience and how the game, like, would feel with more. Because the game like needs to be designed in a way where it feels fun to play with a bunch of other players, because that's what the game is supposed to be. It's supposed to be PvP. I have to be right back for a minute. I'm gonna just leave this dungeon. Um, so like when you have a game that's gonna be designed around PvP, if you have playtests that don't have like any players, then you don't really know how the game interacts when you have a lot of players. Does that all make sense? So I don't know. I wonder what the player base will look like when he full releases. It would be kind of a shame to see this game just kind of like fizzle out completely. I mean, how many players does this game even have? It's got to be like less than 100 players. I'd be surprised if it even had 100 players. My guess is probably like 40 or 50. And that's also might be too high. What are we at? I actually was right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I was right. I wasn't even I wasn't sure, but yeah. So right now, yeah. I mean, you can clearly see. Oh, you can't even see my screen. Yeah, you can clearly see that this game is not like a very big game. You know, obviously by like player count, we're talking like 100 players or less kind of deal. So in order to truly test this game out in a like a big scheme kind of deal, we're gonna need way more players down the road. I don't know what the developers' plans are in terms of advertising and trying to actually get people to play. But you know, it's a free beta, right? So it's not like the cost is a problem because it doesn't cost anything to play. So the real question is, what what will the developer do, and how long is it gonna be before the game is technically full, you know, ready to release? And we'll kind of go from there. I am curious how that's gonna go. You posted 2 glyphs of the AI aggro swap thing. Oh, that's fine. I'll be back in a second, guys. Actually, I think they do have an OC server. Hold up. How do I check that? I'm pretty sure there's like 7 servers. That's one thing this game does not lack on is options. Yeah. You can play East, Central, West, Central, and Asia. Or EU and then Asia. Honestly, I think he should probably get rid of the Central server. I don't know. I think most games are just East and West. Although maybe the game is so ping focused, like with the moves, maybe he felt like you needed it. Yeah, 5 might be a little bit too many. 4 might be enough. But yeah, those are the servers that you have options for. You know, that's understandable. So yeah, we even mentioned the train of mobs. I wonder what the solution is for that. How do you fix that? So how do you get the how do you make the mob aggro in a state where you don't aggro the entire like map? What's this guy doing? So how do you get the game to be in a state where I don't know. I genuinely am just not really sure how you do it. Like, because I know in the current state it's really unfun when you have AI just never swapping. But it would also be unfun if you had it to a point where people were basically able to abuse the AI to screw other players. So both of them would be unfun. So what is the real answer to fixing that? I think what I said earlier is probably the best way to do it, where you have maybe the map is sectioned off with big gates. And I'm not talking about dark and darker gates where or dark and darker doors where it's like quick open and shut and then people are kind of like using it to like spawn rush and stuff like that. I'm talking about like big doors kind of like Mistfall has where it takes I'm talking like 10 seconds to open a door and then to reshut it maybe it takes another long amount of time and then maybe the mobs don't follow. I like that. Yeah, maybe so when you reach that new area, the moment you leave the door, all the mobs reset to the original point. Something like that would probably be better, right? I don't know. Is there can you think of a downside to a design like that? Where you have doors that are blocking each, like, area. And then when you go through those doors, eventually, like, anything that was aggro will stop chasing. Because, Dark and Darker doesn't even do it very well. I've seen mobs, like centipedes and stuff, chase me for basically what feels like forever. And they'll never, like, they're relentless, so you usually just shut doors on them. Part of the skill of getting PvP with AI aggro is putting the AI in a spot so the AI considers you both valid. I mean, I guess, but I'm just telling you from a gameplay design perspective, it doesn't feel very... I'm just telling you, it doesn't feel very fun to... It doesn't feel good on either side. It doesn't feel good for me to run up to somebody and then kill them for free because they have a mob on them. But it also doesn't feel good for me to, vice versa, have a mob on me and then die for free because it feels bad on both ends, you know? Because I want to get, like, a real fight on somebody. I don't want to win because he happens to have some, like, insane, like, AI on him or something like that, right? There has to be some kind of... There has to be something you can do, I would assume. Can I unlock a new perk? Well, it also doesn't help that the mobs are insanely fast. I mean, I was sprinting away from that mob and he was keeping up with me pretty much for the entire fight. So I also, like, couldn't reset away from him either, which was kind of frustrating. Wait, that's crazy. This ability basically gives you, like, a revive. It's kind of nuts. Like a second wind, I guess. There are so many abilities that I have not touched here. Attacks that deal 0 damage to you give the attacker a stack of Winter's Bite. How does an attack do 0 damage? How's that even possible? Like a kick? Attack, I guess maybe attacking a riposte, because that would be attacking and then you would not take damage. Like a block, I guess. That's gotta be it, attacking a block, I'm guessing. Oh, AI also gets the chase buff. I know players get a chase buff. I'm aware of that. I just wasn't aware of the AI. Do I have enough to craft this? I don't think I do. I almost do. Can I create these lesser essence? Is there a way for me to craft those things? Maybe it's somewhere on the map that I'm not aware of. I know you. I think you can craft them in dungeon. I'm not sure if you can craft them here or not. Yeah, it might be a dungeon only thing. In dungeon at tables. I know you can do it there, but I'm guessing you can't do it anywhere else. You can't craft them like elsewhere. Alright, that might mean my next run is gonna be trying to get those crystals. I kind of want to get that. I mean, it sounds good at least. But this lets you heal. There are some really good skills that I never even looked at. Every time you kill an enemy, you heal for 10% of your health. Sounds very good. You created a crafting wiki. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that anybody did all that. That's some dedication right there. Game good. I mean, it's definitely a little janky. There's some fun to be had in the game. Is it like ready to release? I would say no, but for what it's worth, I think the game like has some enjoyable like moments. I think the combat is probably the highlight of the game at the moment. I think the combat is fun. Yeah, there are so many different. I don't even know like what I would take. I guess I'll just look at it later. Yeah, maybe I'll focus on like crafting more of these crystals because I haven't really done a whole lot of that yet. I'm still sitting here, like, thinking to myself what you could do. Like, what you could do to make the AI, like, not abusable, but also not be, like, annoying to fight with other players. Like, there's gotta be a way to do it, man. Gotta be something you can do. Transfer an item from your stash to backpack. Well, that's not what I need to use. So there's gotta be, like, I think there's a table that, like, creates it, right? I know I've seen him, like, at the boss. I know I've seen him at the boss room before. You start crafting one before fighting the boss and pick it up after? Does it take that long to craft the boss? Or to craft the item? Table's nice for extra meds. Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah, just grab a few of, like, the basic ones. When you use them, do they leave your inventory? Like, do they break? How does that work? If you use both charges, where does the healing go? It becomes empty, and when you extract, they refill. Okay, so you don't lose the meds unless you die, is pretty much what I'm hearing. Oh my god, that is so much damage. Alright, well, I'm glad a fountain is over here. I mean, I think the simplest solution is just to have doors in place that stop you from rushing through the map. Doors in a way that's not like Dad, where you can, like, open and shut them really quick. Doors that take a while. Like, this right here. This could easily have a door here that stops you from, like, rushing and going past. And just make it take a while to open and shut, you know? Don't give it this instantaneous thing where you can use it to basically rush room to room. You know, make it, like, slow. You know, or disable doors during combat. I don't know how that would work, but surely there's something there you can do. You're spreading misinformation, some do break. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, it sounded like the lower flask had broken before, which is why I was confused when you said that. That makes more sense. Wait, which way do I need to go? I must have missed it. Wait, I must have went the wrong way. No, I did that. Okay, no, it's just to the left. Okay, got it. Making sure I didn't miss any doors or anything. There we go. Maybe a threat in range. So the worry, so from my understanding, the worry that the dev has is that people basically use or like abuse the aggro. So like they kind of rush through the map and then like aggro dump since it'll swap. So what we're trying to figure out is what can you do to make it so people can't do that? Basically ruin like the game, but also not make it unfun for when you do get into spots where you need to like, fight someone when you have a mob like on you. Well, you have to consider casual players too. Because if you make a game that is only playable by like literal hardcore sweats, then the game is never going to gain enough traction like to actually get a decent player count. It's not gonna happen. You like there has to be some kind of like middle ground, you know? So if the only way to not have AI screw you in a fight is by doing like a more complex maneuver around the map, it's reasonably not going to happen with 98% of your player base, so it probably won't matter to begin with. You have to find a line of where the game is like not like ruined because it's being made more casual, but it also can't be too competitive either, because otherwise no one's gonna play it. I don't really know what other way I could describe it as other than that. I mean, there's a reason that a game like Midnight Walkers is able to pull in such a large number of players, whereas this game is struggling to pull in 100. And it's not because I think the game is bad, because I actually like playing this game, but I think the game is going to be a little bit too complicated for the average player. And if you don't have systems in place that help those players learn how to play, they're never going to play to begin with. And if you think that doesn't matter and only the pro players matter, then the game is like already destined to fail because it won't have enough players. If the skill ceiling is if the skill floor and the skill ceiling are both too high, the game is going to be accessible to almost nobody, and the game is never going to be able to get any sort of player base. Even if you think that this game should stay the most hardcore game you want, you have to recognize that the game might struggle to find players at all if it doesn't have some semblance of a mix between casual and not casual. So, I don't know. That's really all I got. What are these lesser? Oh, I have 4. I don't have 6. No, that's perfectly fair. That's perfectly fair. Yes, of course. I'm not saying that the developer is heavy marketing, although he has started marketing, because I know that he was doing Reddit ads, so there are definitely ads going off. I'm just saying from a gameplay perspective, you have to like ride this very fine line of trying to make it accessible to casuals, but also not ruining the gameplay itself, you know? Can I... How do I only grab a few... Oh, wait, what, click? Can I only do one at a time? Oh, it's... Okay. Oh, it's a typing system? That's actually kind of interesting. Okay. So now I can go over here and craft those essence crystals, right? Is that all this works? Or was it this one? Lesser crystal infuser? I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Well, just to be clear, there is definitely a market of players that you can find that want a very hardcore-esque system. But you have to keep in mind that you're talking about an extraction game that's also already a very niche system too. So I don't know, it's just hard, you know? Hard, basically just trying to, I don't know, just trying to find like a good balance between the two. Is really all I can say. You know, I will say it's a very interesting mechanic that all the stuff you have to craft is in dungeon or in like the raid itself. I I think that's a mechanic that other extraction games should do. Even if it's not the only way to do it. The idea of having to go to a dangerous place to do something that lets you upgrade and not just be in your safe stash, I think is a cool thing, personally. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think it's a cool idea. It kind of reminds me of the recycler in Midnight Walkers, or like I guess it comes from Rust, but it does kind of remind me of that, yeah. I mean, Dark and Darker definitely could have created a system like this, couldn't they? What would you even do for Dad, though? Wouldn't it be cool if you had, like, merchants or something in certain parts of the map, and they had, like, rare gear that you could buy? I don't know. Stuff like that would be cool. Yeah, Cancel, I understand. This game has a very low pop. I definitely understand where you're coming from. Trust me. I get it. I am fully aware that this game is a very niche, like, you know, it's a very niche game, right? This is no real surprise. The gameplay is just hard. It's a little bit hardcore for an extraction game for sure. Casuals will object. Well, I've seen casuals say that Dark and Darker should only be a PvE game, so I don't know if listening to only the casuals actually is good for you either. Like, I just saw someone on Reddit earlier, because when I was like when I was browsing, what, like 30 minutes ago or so, someone was complaining that people were like have like epics and legendaries that are fully like good rolls. I think new players just don't realize how easy it is to socket your gear and get like bis, quote unquote. It's like, it's so easy. It's just insane. I think people just don't, like, quite understand, I guess. Wait, is that the way I came from? I don't know which way I'm going. I'm lost. I'm just gonna start walking and I'll figure it out. Wait, this is the way that I came from earlier. Yeah, I did go backwards by accident. I did. Yeah, I don't know. I hope the developer can figure out a way to make this game a fair mixture of casual, except like being able to be played by casuals, but also not ruining like what makes the game fun. I hope he can figure it out, because I have no idea what the answer is to, to doing that, but I hope for his sake he can figure out something here. Oh my god, please don't die. Oh god. Oh my god. No, please. No! No, please. Yes! Oh my god. Yes. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Like that fight is more interesting than any mob for me in Dark and Darker. There is no AI in Dad that has the level of intricacy that that mob has for me personally. Like, I find that to be an actual, like, it feels like I'm playing a real game and having like an interesting like melee fight. Like, there's nothing in Dad that gives me that feeling, you know? Now, are casuals gonna be able to do that? Honestly, probably not. And that in lies the problem of, the market being dominated by, well, mostly casual gamers. So it makes it very hard to have games like this be popular, you know? On a scale of difficulty from 1 to 10, that guy is a 3. I believe you, but he kicks my ass, that's for sure. Jackiel, do you at least understand where I'm coming from in terms of what of trying to find the line where the game is too casual versus like too hardcore? Like, do you at least see what I'm trying to say in terms of, you know, certain things maybe need to be slightly more accessible? If you want a broader, if you ever want this game to have a broader audience of more than 100 players, like something, you know, I don't know. I maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's room for a more, you know, for basically For Honor in an extraction setting, but it feels very niche, you know. And I'm not saying that I'm saying this from someone who likes the game. You know, I'm not shitting on Swordai by any means. You know, I like this game, but I think I think if he wants to get a bigger audience, he's gonna have to figure out something. You know, there has to be something, you know, for new players to be able to like get into the game a little bit easier. Because what I foresee happening, especially because right now this game it's a free beta, so anybody can play it. There's no, you know, it's not like there's a barrier to entry. It's not like it's Legacy where it costs $25. So you can kind of look at like that, like a game like that, and go, well, maybe the game just doesn't have players because it's not a free game, which is possible. But Swordai doesn't have that problem because it's a free beta. So the question is, why does a free beta not have more than 100 players, even though it's already had some decent advertising with different streamer or YouTube videos or ads on like Reddit and other stuff, right? Why doesn't it have more players? Well, the question is, well, is the gameplay too hard? Is it that the game doesn't feel polished enough? Is there not enough content? Which I don't think the content right now is even the problem, because I would venture to guess that 99% of players that play this game right now will probably never make it to the end of the game. So I don't think the content's even the issue. So the question is, what exactly is wrong with this game that is making it so hard for the general audience to enjoy, right? Maybe it's just too hard. I don't know. You know? It has training and dueling, things every other extraction game community said it needs for new players. That's true. They do have extraction, they do have training and dueling, which are both very good. I guess the real question is going to become, do we think... maybe the broader question is, do you think that an extraction game with melee mechanics such as this game, does it have an opportunity to gain a large player following in like the current market space? Like, looking at, like, if you look objectively at all the extraction games that are currently out or being created for the end of this year, does it have a good chance of capturing a big player count based on all the other games and like things that we've seen, you know? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Hard to say for sure. That is one hell of a name here, buddy. That is a name, all right. That is an interesting little thing there. Wait, why is everybody's name in here so unhinged? We have Vinny the Lubricator. We have Moist Meat Missile. Insane, bro. Insane. What are these names? Versus getting the players and then then you have to keep them. Well, right now, I think the developer for this game is in the phase of needing to finish his game first, and then trying to get the players in the first place. Right now, he's in like the early stages of, well, you kind of have to finish the game first because there's no point in trying to advertise for a game like this unless it's ready, right? You get the impression that they still want to do a lot slash add before they consider it a finished product. So, do you know what exactly the goal is for what they want added to the game before the game is released officially? And before, I guess, before like the more heavy marketing pushes come in? Do you have any idea what is currently planned for that? Because that's really going to be like the big question pretty much is, well, do they have the, that's pretty much it. You know, well, what are they going to do? And when they do end up adding it, is it going to be enough to like draw in enough players? You know, and obviously I don't know the answer to that, but that is pretty much what we're going to be looking at. I already have plans. I've already talked to the developer. I think I'm gonna do another stream with him at some point over this next week, and then we can ask him these questions ourselves during stream. He did message me about doing a stream at some point, so maybe we'll plan for that, and we'll be able to ask him any questions that we have. It's already planned. We just don't have a day for it yet. He has a short-term roadmap channel in the official Discord. Is that true? I did not know he had that. Is it an official roadmap or is it kind of just a like mixture of? Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's see. Let me pull it up so you can see this too. So it looks like right now, short roadmap, 4 to 5 months. If you look at the previous update, 3 of the 5 items were done. Based on feedback, I'm going to prioritize other stuff. Finish implementing feedback from playtest 6, including bug fixes, barebone party systems, quality of life for inventory, making ice caves more navigable, removing kata requirements for abilities, which, yeah, they did. I noticed because I think before I couldn't even get the abilities at all. I was, like, locked in. Double quest line to cover more stuff that you might do in Tier 2 activities. Improve patching, servers. Expand Tier 3 dungeon. Soul cultivation. This will be done via PvP currency. Okay, so there'll be some kind of, like, PvP additions. New abilities. Amulet drops. Sword recycling. New map between Zone 2 and 3. Okay, so he has, like, plans that he's currently, like, looking into at this point. Yeah, it looks like that's from August 6th, so obviously it's like a month out of date, but yeah, the idea is there. Yeah, I guess the real question is just gonna be, I don't know, like seeing what the game really looks like once the once that time is done, you know? Well, alright, fellas. I think I've done pretty much the testing that I wanted to do for this game, at least for now. I might hit up the developer to do that developer stream if he still wants to do that. I need to check my Discord and see what he said. So if I have a chance to do that, I probably will. Otherwise, I think the player pop is just a little bit too low, for me to like really test out the game in full, because I would like to test out like the PvP too, but I feel like it's not really very feasible because they like most of my lobbies are kind of like dead, so it makes it really hard to test out like that kind of stuff. So that is probably going to be it as far as that goes. But again, if the developer decides to do something with that, you know, we'll see. Maybe I'll put some time aside for that. So, thank you all for watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and I will see you guys soon. I think streams are going to be, like, unless I can find a new game to stream until the 15th, I think I'm basically completely just... No, there's really nothing I want to stream until Mistfall comes out, pretty much. So, yeah, pretty much just waiting room for September 15th. So I'm not really sure exactly what I had planned to do from now and then. If I don't take a break from streaming, I don't know, maybe I'll just come back with, like, some other game. But I honestly have no idea what I should even, like, stream until Mistfall comes out, because it's the only game I actually want to play. So, like, I could keep playing Dad in the time being, but, kind of bored of it without, like, new content, which we're not getting until the end of the month, so, like, we have to wait for that, too. So, you know, we'll see, we'll see. I will definitely be here for the 15th, though, 100%. September 15th is Mistfall Hunter, which I'm very much looking forward to. It's basically what I want to, like, come back and stream in full. Streaming is gonna pick up a lot once that comes around. So, yeah, see you guys. Catch you guys later, alright? Have a rest of your night. Peace.